Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. We will be beginning our day on staff presentation on C4. Just a reminder, we will be meeting until 4 p.m. today, and then the council is scheduled for an executive session. So I think we have staff ready to start us off on C4.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff. Sitting here with me is Ms. Jennifer Ferdinand, who was formerly the director of the Fisheries Monitoring Analysis Division at the Science Center and is now the deputy director of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So while I will certainly miss working with her in this capacity on the monitoring committees, I just wanted to extend a formal congratulations to her and hope that we get to continue to see you in the council process. I know we might not. So under this agenda item, the council is scheduled to review the draft 2025 annual deployment plan, and that is what Ms. Ferdinand will be presenting on. And then after that presentation, I will provide you with the reports from the recent monitoring committee meetings, and the council can then provide recommendations to the agency for the final ADP, which will be provided to the council under B reports in December. So on your e-agenda, you'll find this ADP document, as well as a discussion paper that the agency also worked on trip cancellations in the odds system. And that is really just provided to the council as a reference document. The council asked the PCFMAC to review that in depth, and they did. So that I will go over their recommendations in the PCFMAC report, which is attached to your e-agenda, as well as the FMAC report. And there's also an informational flyer on the odds program that I believe Ms. Ferdinand might speak to a little bit in her presentation. So I'll hand it over.
Okay, there we go. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. As Sarah mentioned, for the record, my name is Jennifer Ferdinand. I'm the Deputy Science and Research Director of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And the following is a presentation of the draft 2025 annual deployment plan for fisheries observers and electronic monitoring, and some recommended changes to the observer declare and deploy system, also known as odds. What have I done? So I know we have new members of the council, and I just want to orient folks a little bit about what we're talking about when we talk about the annual deployment plan. So the annual deployment plan focuses on the partial coverage fisheries, those fisheries which don't have an observer or an electronic monitoring system on their vessel at all times. But we approached monitoring in a holistic manner, and I want to remind the council that it's a very small amount of fish, a small amount of harvest that's taken aboard the vessels participating in the partial coverage fisheries. For those of you that were here last June, you saw this information as part of our 2023 annual report, but I want to remind folks and focus on high volume fisheries, just as a point of reference to keep in mind when we're discussing partial coverage fisheries. We are referring to less than 10% of the pelagic trawl harvest and 6% of the non-pelagic trawl harvest when we look across both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. And then that last bullet on the screen points out that the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative Program that moved more trips from partial coverage into full coverage now in 2024, and we expect the same for 2025. I don't know, why do I not know how to run it? Okay, that's fine. So the ADP doesn't assign observers or EM coverage by fishery, but it breaks up effort into smaller group, which we refer to as strata. And this allows us to sample really efficiently, but it doesn't allow for an immediate understanding of how much harvest is actually from monitored trips. So earlier, just that last slide, I presented that information for pelagic and non-pelagic trips, but this table is more comprehensive, and it highlights the differences between our deployment rates, which we'll hear about later, and that's the proportion of the trips that are selected for coverage, and the proportion of catch weight actually monitored. Because the vast majority of harvest in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands is in the full coverage category, you can see here that nearly all catch from all strata except for pot gear, which comprise less than 22 metric tons of harvest, is from monitored trips. This is the same information for the Gulf of Alaska, where most of our partial coverage trips occur. This table highlights the differences between the deployment rates in the ADP and the proportion of the catch weight actually monitored. So here you can see the differences in monitored catch weights even within a single stratum. For example, the deployment rate for partial coverage trawl trips in 2023 was 22.7%, which resulted in 42% of the non-pelagic trawl retained catch being monitored. So when I talk about coverage rates in the ADP, it's important to remember that those are percentages of trips and not percentages of harvest. The full version of the draft 2025 annual deployment plan can be found on the council's e-agenda, and this is a presentation of the non-technical summary of the ADP. I think we have one of the analytic preparers online, should there be technical questions that I can't speak to. I think Jeff Mayhew may be online. Our approach is to implement a monitoring program that collects credible, statistically rigorous scientific data to collect the best and most data under variable budgets using all the monitoring tools that we have available, including at-sea observers, shoreside observers, and EM systems. We also strive to collect data for a wide range of analytic needs, recognizing that the North Pacific Observer Program is a multi-objective program. And as with all multi-objective, multi-priority programs, it's a balancing act to achieve them all to the extent possible. We specifically designed the ADP to meet the council's priorities, including efficiently distributing monitoring such that more monitoring is achieved for the available budget. And the council has prioritized increased monitoring on trawl fisheries for prohibited species catch, or PSC accounting, and I'll speak to how we're accomplishing that in 2025. Finally, the council and its monitoring advisory committees have prioritized monitoring that has the least impact on fishing operations. So in summary, the challenges for this ADP, like all the ones in the past, were to meet the data needs of a wide variety of users, to meet management objectives, and to collect data that reflects the full range of fishing activities such that we collect samples that are that represent the characteristics of the larger fishing population. In 2025, there are 4 more monitoring types that we have available, and this is a simplistic overview of the options available to us and the types of fishing effort that they're used on. In the top box, you see the at-sea observers and compliance cameras. That type of monitoring is used on almost every catcher processor of all gear types and on motherships receiving unsorted cod ends. That means that every single trip has 1 or 2 fishery observers plus compliance cameras. Our at-sea observers are deployed on catcher vessels of all gear types and a few catcher processors. Those observers sample at sea and on all trips, that's our full coverage fishery, or on selected trips, and that's partial coverage. New this year on the water will be a regulated electronic monitoring program for pelagic pollock boats, for catcher boats, and that's the EM plus shoreside observers. And that means the pollock catcher vessel is either in full or partial coverage, and they will carry an at-sea electronic monitoring system for all trips for compliance with minimal discard requirements. And then they will have observers monitoring and sampling at the receiving shoreside processor. And then lastly, we have our EM only fleet. This is for partial coverage, longline and pot gear. And that's where EM is actually used at sea for catch estimation. So imagery is collected at sea, sent back to our partners at Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission for imagery review. And those reviewers turn that into usable data and submit it to NMFS just as an observer would. So our staff need to start developing the ADP in late June, which is prior obviously to the summer fisheries and the fall fisheries. Part of that process is to develop a preliminary budget to determine how much sampling can be afforded in the partial coverage fisheries in the coming year. For this draft, we developed a preliminary budget of $4.4 million, composed of an estimation of the 2024 ex-vessel value fees, the carryover revenue from earlier years that we haven't expended, and any federal funding we're able to secure for direct monitoring costs. This draft also assumed no partial coverage dockside monitoring needs to support EM implementation at Sandpoint and False Pass. We did hear from the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee that assumption is likely erroneous, so that's something we'll address when we prepare the final ADP. There is still a lot of uncertainty in the preliminary budget this year, more so than past years. And so these are the reasons why things are uncertain. It's every year we're always still generating revenue at the time we prepare our draft ADP. So we have, as of August of 26th of this year, $2.3 million of the observer fee had been assessed out of a projected 3.7. So we just aren't entirely sure how much revenue will be generated this year. We are also, for the first time ever, trying to integrate the costs of trawl EM into the annual budget. For the past 4 years, trawl EM has been run under an exempted fishing permit, and the industry had secured funds for that through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. Finally, we are in a year where we are recompeting the partial coverage observer contract. And so we had unknown costs associated with the competition of that contract. I guess, and lastly, we also have had some ongoing delays in receiving federal funding that's associated with the NOAA's transfer change in financial systems. That last bullet has largely been fixed, but I did receive funds a little bit too late in fiscal year 24 to fully fund the grant that administers the EM program.
Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand. On that note, on the delay in receiving what are essentially industry funds, would that delay then mean that those funds could be applied to the 2025? I know it's not a calendar year contract, but is that the idea if those funds have been delayed to apply to EM, or is there some other approach?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yes, so the fact that we had a delay in the funds coming in, we still did get them in time to put them against the 2025 contract. So the fee funds from last year did finally arrive just recently, and so those were able to be placed against the new contract. Yeah. And this slide here shows kind of where we are today and where we'll be going. So we just started year 1 of the new fishery observer contract, and the fee funds were able to be placed on that. And we'll have the ADP starting in the final ADP in December. So, and the only difference between this and past years is that we've finally been able to align our new observer contract timing with the federal fiscal year. So we'll have one less type of year to keep track of. So some clarity expected for the final ADP.
Before we move on, excuse me, sorry. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry, Ms. Ferdinand, my brain is moving more slowly than usual this morning. So the new contract has been awarded. You described that there was some uncertainty about costs because you're going into a new contract. At what point will you be able to inform the council, maybe through PCFMAC, about what the implications are of the new contract in terms of costs? I understand contracting rules prohibit some information, but you've been able to at least give us a sense of whether you think they're going to be stable or whether they've risen, and maybe even how much they've risen, those kinds of questions. And I get that takes a little while. So the question is really, when should we sort of expect an assessment of that?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite, for that question. So yes, the new contract has been awarded, and we've started working and billing on that contract starting on October 1st. We can't yet announce the name of the contractor because we're still in the period of time where other bidders could file for a request for reconsideration, essentially. So we're just waiting for that period. I think that'll be the 8th that we're able to announce who the new provider is. When we talk about costs of the contract, that will be in the annual report that you'll hear in June. So when we talk about costs for this new contract, the annual report will actually be 9 months of the old contract and 3 months of the new contract. And so you'll see the maybe cost differences at that point. Yeah. And that question leads very well to this next slide because we'll have much more clarity for the December budget when we put together the final ADP. We'll have the near final predictions of how much revenue will have been generated from the landings fee. We'll have the finalized costs of the EM hardware servicing that's through Pacific States. They hold the subcontracts with the 2 hardware providers and do the review for all EM. We will have the costs of the new partial coverage observer contract incorporated into the final ADP, including pricing for the guaranteed option and plant days. And we'll know how much funding we were able to put against to support observer travel. We expect also to be able to obligate off-cycle grants to Pacific States if needed to support trawl EM implementation with federal funding. And then finally, we'll have that clarity of the scope of trawl EM in the Western Gulf, including for tenders and shoreside observers.
Another question for you, Mr. Twite.
So I'm inferring from this slide that in terms of the EM universe that we're dealing with, you're expecting things to be pretty much status quo, no new entrants as service providers, and the current relationship with Pacific States as data reviewer is continuing.
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Twite, we're expecting that to be static for the next several years. They're working on, I think, I'd have to go, hang on, let me look. I think they're working on year 2 of the current grant that they're using for EM. And so that's a 5-year grant. So there's some stability there for the near term future anyway. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to the actual partial coverage deployment plan now that you kind of understand like what we're looking at and what all went into it. How do we develop it? So in June, NMFS recommended and the council concurred that NMFS would use the same sample design in 2025 to monitor the partial coverage fisheries as we did in 2024. This is because we changed the sample design in 2024 and we'll evaluate how well it performed through our annual report process, which you'll see next June. As a quick refresher, first, we define the partial coverage sector as the collection of fishing trips or EM in shoreside deliveries that are not in full coverage. We then take random samples of this population of trips and deliveries so that our trip and delivery are our sample units. We group or stratify our population, making sure that each sample unit is in one and only one stratum. And we stratify that population because it allows us to assign different sampling rates to different strata. In 2025, we'll stratify the population by grouping trips and deliveries by 1, which monitoring method is used, 2, which gear type is used, and 3, which FMP will be fished in predominantly. Allocation is how we decide how much to sample from each stratum. In 2024 and again in 2025, we will use this proximity allocation method, which is an algorithm that considers the available budget, how many trips are expected in each stratum, and how they're distributed in space and time in order to reduce gaps in monitoring coverage and to make sure that each stratum is sampled enough. Although our monitoring program has numerous objectives, the 2 goals were chosen, both reduce sample gaps and to reduce small sample sizes. Those were chosen to address data quality and quantity used across needs across the wide variety of data users. I'll just note that the trawl EM stratum is actually excluded from the proximity allocation algorithm, and I'll cover the rationale for that on the next slide. Finally, for the trips that are subject to the proximity allocation, we use odds, or the observer declare and deploy system, to execute our sample design. Before each fishing trip, users log their trip into odds, which gathers the necessary information to determine which stratum each trip belongs to, and then randomly selects logged trips for monitoring and allocating the sampling rates. I'm actually going to start at the bottom of this slide and speak up because we first allocate our preliminary $4.4 million budget to determine how much we can sample in each stratum. To do this, we have to understand how much monitoring costs for each type of sampling we're going to be doing. And as I just mentioned, the proximity allocation is not applied to the EM trawl GOA stratum because it's fundamentally different than our other sampling strata. Because observers are stationed at processing plants during the pollock season to monitor deliveries, the cost of monitoring this stratum is assumed to be static because the costs depend on the number of days the observers are assigned to plants and not the number of deliveries that are sampled. So for this reason, we first estimated the monitoring costs of the EM trawl GOA stratum and subtracted this amount from the budget. And then the remaining budget was applied to the at-sea observer and EM fixed gear strata using the proximity allocation method to determine the sample rates. Just as a reminder from last year, when we discussed proximity, we aren't referring only to physical space. Instead, we've defined our spaces as a 200-kilometer wide hexagon and a 1-week period of time. The algorithm is designed to increase the likelihood that monitoring occurs near in space and time of unmonitored trips. And as I mentioned earlier, trawl EM is the newest regulated monitoring method incorporated into the annual deployment plan. Trawl EM has 4 sampling objectives that are completed by an observer at the receiving processing plant. They are to enumerate, speciate and enumerate salmon bycatch, enumerate halibut bycatch, and to collect salmon genetic samples for stock of origin information. And lastly, to collect biological samples from the non-salmon species, so lengths and otoliths and stomach samples, etc. In full coverage, the Bering Sea trawl pollock EM boats will cover all objectives, whether or not they have an observer or an EM system, because those are all in full coverage. So all catcher vessels will have some type of monitoring, and both at sea and at the processing plant. Trawl EM in the Gulf of Alaska is a voluntary program, and the boats which do not opt into the program are still in the at-sea observer Gulf of Alaska sampling stratum. For that stratum, trips will be selected through odds, and there will be a mix of trips with an at-sea observer and unobserved trips. For unobserved trips, NMFS gets no independent data. But for those trips that were randomly selected to have an at-sea observer, we'll use the same approach in meeting the first 3 objectives when the catch is delivered. NMFS is changing observer sampling priorities and workloads at the Gulf shoreside processors to enable increased attention and sampling for salmon and halibut. Under the trawl EM program, participating plants will use catch monitoring control plans, wherein the processing crew sorts salmon and sets them aside for the observers to identify, account for, and collect genetic information. The use of those CMCPs frees up observers from monitoring the sorting line to focus on salmon species identification and enumeration, halibut enumeration, and collecting salmon genetic information. The CMCPs do require increased communication between the plant, the observer, and the vessel, because we need to know the logistics, such as offload times, tonnage, et cetera, when the observers can be there. So this is just a review. So this is a change from 2024 because the objectives 1 through 3, so salmon bycatch counting, halibut bycatch counting, and salmon genetic samples will be collected shoreside for all deliveries that have either EM or an at-sea observer. And then objective 4, meaning the biological samples from all non-salmon species, they'll be met for 33% of the EM deliveries, and at sea for those boats that have a at-sea observer. So what do we expect for 2025 as far as actual sampling rates and sizes? As I said, the ADP really doesn't go into the full coverage fishery much, but I just want to keep this slide here so you can see again the scope of our monitoring over all of our programs. We expect 918 trips to be monitored by 1 or more at-sea observers in the Bering Sea and the full coverage fishery. I'll just note that 918 trips really includes trips by both catcher vessels and catcher processors. It's on fixed gear and trawl, so there's really a wide variety of trip duration and other characteristics mixed into that one number. The trip characteristics for the next line, the EM trawl in the Bering Sea, that's much more homogeneous. We expect to monitor 1,672 trips from the pelagic pollock catcher vessel with EM at sea and shoreside observers at the receiving processing plants. For partial coverage, our preliminary sample rates for deploying at-sea observers will be 23% on our fixed gear trips in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, 7% on fixed gear trips in the Gulf of Alaska, 47% on trawl trips in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and 12% on trips in the Gulf of Alaska. Before I move down the table to the EM strata, I just want to elaborate a little bit more on the trawl coverage rates as it's been of interest to the council. First, for the at-sea observer trawl in the Bering Sea, there are 24 possible trips. Those do encompass very few vessels, and those vessels are the ones would be fishing in the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative Sea season. All of our 2025 rates and sample sizes are just predictions. We don't really know if those trips will be realized, but we do need to budget for them if they do occur. These are also boats that can, and some have chosen in the past, to opt into full coverage. So we're not really predicting that we'll have that low of a coverage rate we are predicting we'll have that low coverage rate in the Bering Sea, but it's just not, we just don't have a lot of clarity on how PCTC will play out. And then for trawl, our estimate in trawl is that, in the Gulf of Alaska rather, is that there'll be 314 trips in the observer trawl stratum. About 70% of those trips will actually target pollock. The boats could increase their participation in trawl EM, but again, we do have to budget for those trips to be observed at sea if the trips are realized. As we move down the table, you'll see that we expect 984 trips in the EM trawl Gulf of Alaska stratum. So that is that EM trawl now contains over 75% of the pollock fishing effort. The changes to the shoreside sampling means that those 984 trips plus the 27 trips that we expect from the observed strata will have full PSC enumeration for salmon and halibut. This is a vast improvement from what we've done in the past as far as salmon enumeration and genetic sampling. So covering the remaining strata, our preliminary rates for deploying EM on fixed gear trips is 48% in the Bering Sea and Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and 13% in the Gulf. And we expect to cover 100% of the trips in the EM trawl GOA strata with both at-sea observers, at-sea EM and shoreside observers. We expect to have 33% of the EM deliveries sampled by shoreside observers for non-PSC biological information. Finally, we still do have a no selection pool. These are our vessels under 40 feet or using jig gear. We expect 1,389 trips to occur. What do all those rates for trips expected to mean when we look at percentage of tonnage monitored? Here is our expectations of how the draft ADP would play out. The top table groups all retained catch across both full and partial coverage categories. So you can see that in the Bering, we are approaching 100% coverage in trawl and nearly 90% in fixed gear. In the Gulf, we still are exceeding 80% coverage in trawl and 16% in fixed gear. If you look only at partial coverage, which again is less than 10% of the harvest, we can see that we still have very high coverage rates across our high volume fisheries, with nearing 50% of the Bering Sea trawl fishery or trawl harvest, and nearing 80% of the Gulf harvest. As you've seen or heard in the draft ADP, odds is an important part of the ADP and it's critical for its success. We are planning some changes in odds to help improve the ADP performance, so I'll just briefly go over some of the updates we're expecting. In our last few annual reports, NMFS reported a large discrepancy between the trips canceled which had been selected for at-sea observation and the trips canceled in all other strata. If a trip selected for monitoring of any kind is canceled, odds applies specific rules to ensure that monitoring is eventually carried out. This is a process that we call inheritance. But inheritance pushes monitored trips later in the year as compared to how effort is spread. That results in a temporal bias. In June, both the Council and NMFS recommended that the agency work with our partial coverage fishery monitoring advisory committee to develop an odds trip cancellation policy for the 2025 ADP that would not impede industry, that afforded the observer provider an adequate enough time to deploy an observer, and that reduced the impacts to coverage rates and non-random monitoring. NIMS has a short white paper, which was presented and discussed thoroughly at the PCFMAC meeting last month, and that paper is posted in full to the C4 agenda for background information. In that paper, NIMS proposed 3 solutions, including 1, limiting the number of pending trips down to 2 rather than 3. Or option 2 was to imply the inheritance rules to the next pending trip in the observer strata rather than the next log trip. That's consistent with the EM inheritance rules. Or 3, using trip replacement rather than trip cancellation. The PCFMAC overall thought that option 1 was too constraining, especially to open access harvesters who had numerous rapid trips, and the committee did not express a preference between options 2 and 3. After the PCFMAC, agency staff has had more time and more discussions about the pros and cons of options 2 and 3, and we've decided to promote option 3, shown here on the slide, for the following reasons. First, it's a more complete solution with minimal risks. Canceling trips is largely unnecessary, and trip replacement in odds allows considerable flexibility for trips. Users can change almost every aspect of their trip, including trip dates, landing ports, gear used, etc. If the changes that the user is making results in a change of strata and therefore a change in the selection rate, odds will apply the new selection rate with a warning to the user. This option also maintains the integrity of the trips logged with the trips realized. So that, for example, if the 12th time a vessel takes a trip in the year, this is also the 12th trip in odds for the year, and not, for example, trip 16 because there's been 4 cancellations. While both option 2 and 3 solve the temporal bias, option 2 has risks that our realized coverage rates will be equal or exceed our programmed rates. When that risk arises, we have to be more conservative with our budgeting so that if we exceed our programmed rates, we don't run out of funds before the end of the year is done. Altering the inheritance rules for observed trips could disproportionately negatively affect vessels fishing from smaller, more remote ports. For example, Southeast Alaska fixed gear boats or Western Gulf of Alaska trawl and fixed gear boats. They're more likely to experience a delay in trip departure after inheriting monitoring in order to allow time for the observer to get to the vessel. Option 3 also encourages users, including the odds help desk, to pay more attention to their non-selected trips so they can more easily align their delivery information with the trip and keep track of what has been done and what trips are to come. This will greatly improve the ability to match odds trips to e-landings, which is difficult for both harvesters and the agency right now. And finally, option 3 more easily allows vessels to work in multiple strata, including moving in and out of trawl EM simply by updating the type of gear that they intend to deploy. The discussion in the ADP or in the AP highlighted the fact that we do need to do some outreach like we did with when odds was first new, and NIMS is committed to doing that before the 2025 fishing year happens. NIMS has developed an outreach sheet.
Turn it in. Oh, looks like we have a question for you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Ferdinand, back one slide if you might. The keyword to one of the important words to me in that first bullet is the word largely. And I think that's an honest assessment of what the agency and what PCFMAC have heard so far about the reasons for canceling trips and the understanding that actually that's with increased communication can help harvesters understand how modifying works just as well. But it's still only largely. We probably still don't understand the full universe of reasons for canceling trips, even though we've tried. If you implement option 3, you will undoubtedly begin to hear other reasons for cancellation, some of which may make sense, some of which won't. And so I'm just wondering what, if the agency goes ahead with option 3, what's your thinking about how to handle reasons for cancellation that may be perfectly valid that we just simply aren't thinking about right now? And I think it's a small sliver of the total. I think your word largely is correct there, but nevertheless, you're going to have to deal with probably more reasons than we currently envision.
Through the chair, I think that was a statement instead of a question. Do you want me to expand on what we would do if?
The
Okay.
question is, do you have an appeals process, or what procedures do you have in place for reasons that may well be valid?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for that, Mr. Twite. So I do say largely unnecessary. Odds is a database. We can do things manually in a database. We can do things on the back end, and that's what we would do. So for example, the one reason that a trip would need to be canceled, but it doesn't need to be canceled by the user, would be when the fishing season ends. We always go every year. We have a automatic system that goes through and cancels all unrealized trips at the end of the calendar year, for example. That would be one way we would do that. So we will never get away from not having any trips canceled, hence the word largely, but whether they should be canceled by the user or through a system with the agency is really what we're changing. What we really want to make sure we're doing is trying to equalize the cancellation of trips from in the unmonitored trips with monitored trips. So that we don't have people canceling trips just because it has a monitor on it. Okay.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. For the cancellation options, it really does seem like, or the policy, we're talking about option 2 versus option 3 at this point. And so there's really no one that's supporting modifying the ability to log 3 trips at a time. That would still be okay to do. So we're really talking about whether if someone logs all their trips and they cancel one, and that was observed, is the next log trip observed? Or do we just not allow anyone to cancel and instead modify the dates of their trip? I'm not taking this trip. No one's forcing anyone to take a trip, but you need to modify the dates and odds to show when you are going to take it. And so those are the 2 scenarios that we're talking about. And I just want to, because this didn't come through the PCF MAC, understand what is the main reason that the agency is supporting option 3, where we're asking people to edit the start and end dates of trips, as opposed to just inheriting the next log trip like we do for EM. Is there I guess I'm trying to push, is there big support by the agency for that? Is this little support, or is there really a fundamental reason why we should be looking at option 3 over option 2?
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball. The biggest reason that we're more supportive of option 3 than option 2 is because of the potential risk for cost overruns in option 2 that does not exist in option 3. And it just means that if we have to over budget because we run the risk of exceeding our programmed rate, what we think we want to cover in the fishery, that just means that we have to, even if we don't realize those cost overruns, it tied up budget that could have been used to monitor elsewhere.
Thank you. And is that risk based on the fact that you would know for sure that every canceled observed trip, the next trip would be observed? So you're getting a higher realized coverage rate. Okay.
Yeah, through the chair, that's exactly it, Ms. Kimball. And if we had some certainty that cancellations would come down to 10% of trips like they are in the EM strata, then that wouldn't be such a concern. But the fact that they are canceled so frequently in the observed strata, we just don't know what the behavior change would be. So we just don't know what that risk is. And so still on odds, we have developed an outreach sheet, which is posted to the C4 agenda item as well, that will help odds users understand the change and how to make trip replacement work for them most efficiently. We still are allowing folks to log at 3 trips at least 3 days in advance. That's a requirement. That's in the federal regulations. We're not changing any regs associated with logging odds. The more accurate information, the better. That's going to reduce the number of problems that folks will encounter as far as using odds, but will also make sure that, if they know what they're going to be doing in advance, then they won't have to make so many changes. But once they do know that they're going to shift either their gear or where they are fishing or the dates they're leaving from, then all they have to do is update that information in odds rather than canceling and logging a new trip. And of course, we've always been asking folks to close past fishing trips. As soon as fish tickets are issued, if they close their fishing trip, then that helps keep track of what's upcoming and what has already happened. Lastly, logging only trips that are actually intended to be realized, and not logging 3 trips just because one can, will help folks keep track and make sure that they're not having to juggle too many things going on in odds. And like I said, we're committed to having some outreach events and some online training as well. So that we'll make sure that we reach out to both our odds users as harvesters and the odds help desk as well to make these changes. And this is our last slide on odds, and these are really just important dates and rules. We do have a couple of dates coming up that are important for harvesters to determine which strata that they're going to be in. This is right now the annual opt-in for trawl catcher vessels to be placed in full coverage. They can voluntarily opt into full coverage. That's coming up now on October 15th. The opt-in and opt-out request for EM is open now for all gear types, and that's open September 1st, and that closes November 1st. For partial coverage vessels, odds users can indicate a preferred EM service provider, but it's not a guarantee. And the next 2 bullets sort of explain what we use to choose an EM provider for a vessel. Vessels requesting EM will be evaluated on cost efficiency. All of that information is laid out in the ADP. Fixed gear vessels that have been accepted into the EM in the past do not have to opt in again. But if there are fixed gear EM vessels that are in the pool and they do not intend on fishing, and they can go into odds now and opt out, that will give the agency an understanding that they have no intention of fishing with their EM system, and we can pull it from that vessel and place it on somebody else's boat who is trying to get into the EM program. And the last bullet is a reminder to all trawl gear vessels that are in EM. That is a program where they have to opt into the EM pool every single year. It's not a guarantee. Once you're in forever, like it is for fixed gear.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And on that point, can you remind me or the council why there's that difference? Why trawl gear needs to request to opt in every year, but fixed gear is in until they opt out? And only because I think the agency and the committee itself are struggling with how do we get cameras that aren't being used onto boats that are actually fishing in the fixed gear sector? So is there a reason for that difference? And is the agency pursuing any solutions to that, or do they need council direction to do so?
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball. This difference between the trawl and the fixed gear EM camera systems is because the agency has learned how many EM systems are essentially stranded out there on fixed gear boats that aren't fishing. It's not very efficient if we have hardware on vessels that has no intention of being used. And so when we crafted the new program of the trawl EM, we made sure to address that. And that's why we're asking boats to every year come and say, yes, I intend to fish and I intend on using my EM system. As far as if there's the agency, as far as I know, is not pursuing any change right now in trying to square those 2 programs and asking the fixed gear EM boats to opt in every year. Be a nice idea. I don't know whether we have staff capacity to pull a reg package together. That unfortunately is in the regulations, and so it would require a change. Yeah. Okay, and lastly, it's my last slide. I just want to thank all the observers, observer providers, the captains and crew, and EM providers, video reviewers, and agency staff who make fishery-dependent data collection possible. You can see it is certainly not just an agency program. And thanks to the members of the FMAC and PCFMAC for all the input, feedback, and time they give to working with us on our annual report and our annual deployment plan each year. And thanks again to the staff at the center and the region and at Pacific States who developed both the draft 2025 ADP and the alternative solutions to improve odds. So that concludes my presentation, and I just want to thank everybody. It'll be my last time talking to you. So appreciate all your time and attention over the last 7 years.
Thank you, Ms. Ferdinand, and congratulations on your new position.
Thanks.
See if there are any other questions. Mr. Twite.
I don't have a question, but just to follow up to a question I asked earlier, about the status of the EM program as it continues to transition. I think we all owe you quite a expression of thanks. We, as a council, it's been a lot of hard work adopting these EM programs, but compared to how that's gone in some other parts of the country and the globe, it's been relatively drama-free, and that's really appreciated. You've worked really hard to make sure that this comes together in a way that really makes sense. And I know that it wasn't just you, but you've certainly set a leadership tone there that is very much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just have two final questions on the presentation before you leave. One of your earlier slides in terms of budget and clarity seemed to have evolved from when the partial coverage committee met, because the committee obviously has recommendations to support the ability for the Western Gulf Fleet to participate in trawl EM. And your slides seem to say that's now anticipated, but we're still finding out kind of how many tenders, how many processing plants might take EM deliveries in the Western Gulf. That seems like a change from between the committee and this presentation, and I just wanted to ensure I was understanding that correctly.
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball. Yes, we definitely heard at the PCFMAC that some of the Western Gulf processors were intending to accept EM deliveries. And so we are, working with those processors to determine like how many tenders, which seasons they're going to be fishing in, et cetera, right now, so that we can make sure that we have enough resources to outfit the tender vessels with EM systems and make sure that we have enough funding for the observers to be at those shoreside processors as well. So yes, that's a change from PCFMAC to now. Thanks.
Thank you. And my last question is also maybe skipping a little ahead, but looking at the AP report, and just because you're at the table now, in terms of the cancellation policy and the support, NIM support for option 3 I'm wondering if there are consequences that you haven't yet discussed with the council for Gulf trawl vessels that are trying to use EM when they're pelagic trawl fishing for pollock. And then, of course, that's not an available option for when they're in non-pelagic trawl gear. They have to take an observer if selected. So are there either consequences or implications for those kinds of vessels that might be switching back and forth trip to trip that we haven't explored here? Or should I wait for and try to elicit public testimony on that?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that option 3 actually allows vessels to move in and out of EM more smoothly. I'll just note that under the EFP, they have been allowed to move in and out of EM on a trip-by-trip basis, regardless of what gear they're using. But in this case, under the regulated program, once they opt into EM, they will be required to use EM on all fishing that is going to be exclusively pelagic pollock. So in option 3, in order to move out of the EM program to fish for cod, for example, and use non-pelagic gear, all they have to do is go into their existing trip and change the gear type from pelagic gear to non-pelagic gear. And that would automatically move their strata, and they'd be able to then odds will roll the dice again for them and determine whether or not they would carry an observer or not for that trip.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Thank you again, Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll just pull up the committee report PowerPoint here. All right. So as a reminder, starting with these committee reports, the PCF MAC specifically was developed to provide the council with recommendations on the partial coverage category of our monitoring programs. And so the PCF MAC had a meeting in September, and the main thing on their agenda was to review this draft ADP. So they received a presentation that was largely similar to the one that Ms. Ferdinand just provided. They also reviewed that trip cancellations discussion paper in response to the council motion from last June and received some other updates from the agency. So I'll just provide a high level of some of the recommendations from this committee, some of which have already been discussed. This is just a reference slide to look back. So these are the 2024 target coverage rates for vessels that are participating in partial coverage. So these are on the water for this year. These are the target rates. And then in December, once you receive the final ADP, you'll have a better sense of what exactly the target coverage rates for 2025 would be. As Ms. Ferdinand explained, the draft 2025 ADP largely retains the same sampling design as the one that's on the water this year. And so the committee supported that draft ADP with a few recommendations. And as Ms. Kimball and Ms. Ferdinand discussed, the draft ADP didn't include the funding for shoreside monitoring at Sandpoint or False Pass, but the agency's been responsive to the committee's recommendation for setting aside that funding for both shoreside monitoring in the Western Gulf ports and for EM service and maintenance on the Western Gulf tenders. As far as the trip cancellations issue, so the PCF MAC reviewed that paper and received a presentation from Dr. Jason Janot on that. And the PCF MAC dug pretty deep into these three different proposed solutions to improve the cancellation rates for observer strata. And there wasn't a full committee consensus on one recommendation in support of any one of these options, but the members did recommend either option 1 or 2, or sorry, excuse me, either 2 or 3. They did not support option 1. And a little bit more about their discussion. Most committee members weren't supportive of option 1 because they still wanted the ability to log 3 trips, as that still remains important from some operations that have tight turnaround times. And that for some operations, it's really valuable to have kind of a scheduled optimum number of days between their trips planned out. Some committee members supported option 2 because it does reduce the temporal bias more so than option 1. And the reasoning behind option 2 can be easily communicated to people in the fleet. One member also said that because that option 2 would not impact the trawl fleet, it really addresses the specific issue of the high cancellations in the fixed gear stratum. Most of the committee acknowledged that option 3 is a solution that really captures the issue and that it's the only option that really retains the original order of logged trips, those logged and selected for monitoring. And some committee members were hesitant about this option, mostly because it really requires the odds users or the vessel operators to change their own behavior and be more proactive about editing or tracking their own trips, particularly before the start date. So members supported that option because in practice, the odds users would simply be delaying a trip and modifying it, which is how many vessels do currently operate and have operated in the past. The committee also acknowledged that for implementing some of these changes, regardless of which solution is selected, outreach is really essential since there is a learning curve for folks that are using odds. And the vessel operators and odds users need to be encouraged to try to modify their trips rather than cancel them, regardless of which option is selected. The PCFMAC also received a few updates from the agency. These are detailed further in the committee report, but Ms. Ferdinand spoke to the letter that is attached to the committee's e-agenda regarding the status of the fishery monitoring programs in response to the Supreme Court decision. If there are any additional updates coming out of this, Ms. Ferdinand indicated that the agency would keep the committee and the council updated on that. There are no updates as of now on the confidentiality final rule, but maybe that will come out shortly. And you might recall in July of this year, the council sent NOAA Fisheries a letter about the delayed observer funds. And the council's letter and the response to that are included on the committee meeting e-agenda. Lastly, Ms. Ferdinand at the committee meeting spoke a little bit to the Government Office of Accountability on their engagement on bycatch reduction, and that report itself is linked in the PCFMAC report.
Yes. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for that, Ms. Cleaver. And so not to confuse, it's not the GOA engagement in the Gulf of Alaska, it's the GAO, the Government Accountability Office report. And this
Yes.
came up in our, well, you both were probably not in the room under our B reports, but there was some interest and understanding from Ms. Ferdinand, kind of what the response is at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center to help support kind of the national level recommendations out of the GAO report. If you could just, I think it'd be helpful to get kind of a little bit of a brief on what the recommendations were that we would help support or facilitate.
Through the chair. Thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball. So we are going to address the GAO recommendations at the national level, and the one that we would be most engaged with at the Alaska Center would be the one where it was asked to fully describe all of the resourcing needed for monitoring in each region and compiling that all at the national level, and then making sure that that information is going to affected stakeholders and including Congress, so that need was there. Obviously, the needs are different in different regions, but we'll definitely be engaged in that. And then there's, Alaska really turned into the sort of bright star in this particular engagement because we do have very high monitoring rates and we have a very transparent way of reporting that information. So sort of just bringing the other regions along and making sure that they can have the ability to report on bycatch, et cetera, at a timely fashion. So there'll be, I think, quite a bit of mimicking what Alaska does. We'll see that at the national level.
Madam Chair, just and a follow-up on this slide, I think the agency provided a letter that I hope the council and public were able to see on the Loper Bright versus Raimondo case, because you didn't report on like kind of what that said for us, but if I have to paraphrase, it's that we feel like there's explicit authority to maintain the observer coverage and monitoring programs that we have now in the North Pacific. And I just appreciate the agency trying to provide some clarity in that really messy case for us as we maintain our monitoring programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll continue. I think we're ready for the next slide. And Ms. Kimball, thanks for pointing out my typo. I have too much plan team on the brain and muscle memory. So the last slide related to the PCFMAC, there was some discussion as as Ms. Kimball referred to earlier regarding the ongoing costs of underutilized EM systems. And because these funds have to be set aside for maintenance of those systems, and the estimates of these funds affect the overall uncertainty in the ADP budget, the committee and the agency wanted to remind the fleet that if there are vessels that do not plan to fish next year and still have EM vessels on board, they should either log into odds or call to opt out for next year because those vessels are absorbing maintenance funds. The PCFMAC also recommended NIMS pursue changes to the zero selection pool. This may include adding vessels that consistently have fished very little quota or very few trips. And the committee specifically recommended that the agency pursue efforts related to the previous recommendation, remove EM systems on vessels that have not used them for a certain number of years. And this is an issue that has come up for at least several years in a row. The recommendation is to just keep trying to find ways to address this issue, as it's really been an ongoing priority for the committee. Very briefly, moving into the FMAC report, the main reason for this meeting was to review the observer availability discussion paper, which you will be receiving as part of your next agenda item, and we'll be providing the FMAC recommendations on that after you receive the presentation. The FMAC also received similar updates from the agency that the PCFMAC did, as well as an update or reminder on trawl EM implementation, that it's effective January 1st, and the opt-in period for it is open and will close on November 1st. The FMAC also had discussions regarding the NIFWIF EM proposals, since this new timing of the FMAC committee allows the committee to weigh in on these NIFWIF proposals prior to the date that they are due. And the committee heard one proposal from Alpha and Archipelago collaborating on a project with PAC states to use AI to move fixed gear EM data, the review for that data along faster. And a description of that project proposal is on the committee's e-agenda. And the committee noted that that proposal was a worthy project of support due to the fact that the committee has consistently identified the need to reduce the time that's needed for EM data review. The committee also heard about the continuation of a project that Real-Time Data is working on towards a NIMS-approved logbook. And the committee received an update on a project that is testing EM for vessels in the Rockfish program, and that proposal the committee has previously supported, and they continue to support the extension of that project. We heard a few other industry project updates that are included in the report, and I want to extend the invitation that if there are other industry updates or NIFWIF proposals in the future, that bringing those to the FMAC is absolutely appropriate, and anyone can let staff know if they'd like to present a proposal to the committee. Lastly, for our future scheduling, the next FMAC meeting is planned for May 2025. We don't have a date yet, but we'll be working on that shortly. And unless the council identifies a specific need for the PCFMAC to meet earlier, the PCFMAC normally would just meet once a year in September. So that would be next year to review the draft 2026 annual deployment plan. And myself and the committee co-chairs are currently working on finalizing the terms of reference for the monitoring committees. We wanted to wait until after trawl EM was implemented, because then that committee would no longer be active or be around. So going to try to include that change in our terms of reference.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Any additional questions on the FMAC report? Or Ms. Kimball, thank you for your chairmanship and leadership on the PCFMAC. I'm wondering if, just want to give you the opportunity to share anything else if, okay, thank you. And Mr. Twite, your co-chairmanship on the FMAC, anything to add? Okay, great. Okay. Thank you both. Okay, we will move on to the AP report, and just a reminder to any members of the public wishing to testify on C4, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name's Heather Mann. I'm the co-vice chair of the advisory panel, and I'll provide the motion on C4. The AP acknowledges the receipt of the 2025 draft annual deployment plan, the PC FMAC report, and the FMAC report, and appreciates the time and work that went into the draft ADP, particularly the challenge to include the regulated trawl EM program into the budget for the first time. The AP suggests the following PCFMAC recommendations, supports the following PCFMAC recommendations in regard to the draft 2025 ADP. 1, NIMS should support trawl EM participation in the Western Gulf in 2025 as intended in the newly regulated program by funding being set aside for dockside monitoring in these ports. 2, funding for EM service and maintenance on tender vessels should also be allocated in the final ADP. And 3, NIMS should pursue changes to the zero selection pool, including adding vessels with consistently very little quota or fishing or very few trips. Specifically, the committee recommended the agency pursue the efforts to remove EM systems on vessels that have not been used for 3 to 5 years. Specifically in regards to the odds trip cancellation and inherits discussion paper, the AP recommends that the council support option 2, apply inheritance to the next pending trip in the observer strata for implementation in the 2025 ADP. Additionally, NIMS should conduct outreach to better explain how odds functions, encourage vessel operators, odds users to modify trips rather than cancel them, and find solutions to improve the odds user experience. This could include changing a trip start date and trip details at any point after a trip begins rather than the log start date. Lastly, the AP would like to reiterate the FMAC support for the following NIFWIF proposals: NPFA and under 60 cod harvesters proposal with saltwater to evaluate pot cod catch handling protocols, the freezer longline pilot project with flywire to reduce work burden on observers, AGDB's Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish EM project, and Alpha and Archipelago proposal to implement AI in fixed gear EM review. And that motion passed the AP unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. I'll see if there are any questions on the AP motion. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Mann, for the report. I'd like to get a little bit more understanding about the committee's discussion about option 2 versus option 3. I'm assuming the committee was aware that the agency was recommending option 3, and that one of the major reasons for that is more efficient use of the budget, which, at least in my understanding, should be a tool for helping reduce the sort of the daily costs of monitoring. or at least using the monitoring dollars more efficiently. And so I'm just wondering if you can give us a sense of how the committee weighed that potential positive for option 3 against the positives they saw with option 2.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, we did have a lot of discussion around that. I think that for context, because this issue arose primarily because of the fixed gear situation with canceling trips, we were also having to weigh how this would impact the trawl sector because the fixed gear couldn't be bifurcated. It has to go along fixed gear and trawl. And in talking with trawl operators and in testimony, what we heard from the public and others was that option 2 seemed easier to implement. It could be done in time for 2025, and it was less, for lack of a better way of saying it, paperwork and busy work. And there seems to be quite a bit of confusion out there about how odds operates. Even at the table, I think we learned some things that we didn't realize you could do in the odds system. So certainly we did say, and it's included in the rationale, that if option 3 is chosen, there needs to be quite a bit of outreach and education. But it seemed to be the one from the trawl sector that made the most sense. And I think you'll hear about that in public comment. Hope that answers your question. I don't remember a lot of discussion around the pros of the budget part of it. It was really more about the operations and logistics of 2 versus 3.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate the report, Ms. Mann. I think we're ready to transition to public testimony. As a reminder to the public, individuals and companies have 3 minutes and organizations and associations 6 minutes. Looks like we have 2 people signed up, beginning with Charlotte Levy, followed by Chelsea Riddell.
All right, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Charlotte Levy. I'm a fishery analyst with the Aleutians East Borough, and I am the PI on the Western Gulf portion of the Trolley M project since 2018. And I didn't want to belabor this issue, but this might be my last chance to get on my tender soapbox. So I'm going to talk to you guys about 2 issues under C4 today. So the first is just to support the AP and PCF MAC recommendation to allocate funds in the final 2025 ADP for shoreside observers in the Western Gulf plants, as well as funding for EM service and maintenance for tenders. I'll just say I appreciate the agency's very difficult task of trying to maximize cost efficiencies with very limited resources based on predictions of an extremely volatile industry. This is particularly difficult in the Western Gulf right now, given the state of crisis that our communities are in. And I think we'll learn a lot about budgeting for this program within this first year. But I would just note that there has always been a steady history of processing in the Western Gulf and a heavy reliance on tenders, regardless of where the fish are being delivered. And so as this EFP comes to a close and I sort of step away from this role, I do have a few comments that I think will be useful for future ADP planning and to ensure that we don't place any undue burden on our processors to pay for tenders that should be considered kind of a reasonable starting number to be paid for under the partial coverage program. So first, I just remind everybody that tenders are necessary to make this fishery feasible. Our region is spatially vast, and our under 60 fleet has a much smaller hold capacity. Also, tendering is a tool that's used by processors to keep boats employed between seasons or during downtime. For example, using Bering Sea vessels as tenders, and that's in part why tender operations require such flexibility, and also why they rapidly change in season. So after talking with our processors and reviewing historical data on tender use in the pollock fishery as provided by in-season to the council every year, the number of tenders used typically ranges between 9 and maybe 16 vessels. And just over the last 5 years, we've had an average of 13 tenders. And that's not including tenders that operate in multiple fisheries. And this can vary with TAC and participation. And as of now, our fleet is officially 100% tendered. We are a completely tendered fleet now. And going into this program, we knew that tenders would require flexibility. So in partnership with Saltwater, we developed mobile EM systems sort of in a box that can be installed and uninstalled by the vessel with the help of a technician over the phone. Excuse me. Sorry, I lost my place. Okay. And also, I would just note that this year we had some of our processors utilizing EM vessels from the Bering Sea as tenders. So that kind of helps leverage EM systems across fisheries and maximizes cost efficiency. And also, because our fleet is now 100% EM, the impact of not having a good starting value for the number of tenders paid for can't be understated. Not having enough tenders would basically mean that a portion of the fleet is going to be non-EM and reverts back to extrapolated sampling. And to be clear, and the agency can correct me, but unless regs have changed to allow observers on tenders, that means we move back to at-sea basket samples, which is completely counterproductive to this entire program, and also to the recent shift to 100% PSC accounting in the processing plants, which we're all excited for. I also can't make direct cost comparisons, but I can confidently say that the value for the cost will be much lower if we have observers on these EM vessels instead of, full accounting at the plants. So recognizing that the agency needs stability in the ADP, but that processors also need some flexibility in their tender operations, I would ask that future draft ADPs include a starting value for tenders based on maybe the 5-year average or bringing in the number from the previous year as a starting point, and then can be modified for the final ADP after conversations with the processors. And I'd note this would be kind of an absolute number of systems included or sort of allocated to the Western Gulf, with the expectation that any costs associated with moving those systems between vessels or adding new systems above and beyond that number, those costs would be incurred by the processor. So my last comment is just to echo the AP recommendation for option 2 for the odds trip cancellation paper. We've reviewed the options and we've gotten some fleet feedback. Option 1 isn't really ideal, at least for the Western Gulf vessels, because we deliver to tenders. So we have a much faster turnaround for these odds trips. And then also considering this is the first year of the Trolley M regulated program, there's already going to be some changes in the way that our fleet interacts with the odds system. And I do fear that option 3 may cause further confusion and sort of set them up for failure. I'm a little bit concerned for the Western Gulf fleet in terms of how this will cause issues for them in maybe the A season where there's trawl cod, but I'm definitely concerned about how this will impact the Central Gulf fleet and their ability to successfully participate in trawl EM. And like I've always said, I think what's good for the Central Gulf is good for the whole Gulf. And so with that, my last comment is to just thank Jen Ferdinand for putting up with me for the last 5 years and for everything she's done for this program. We wouldn't be here without her. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Levy. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Levy. On the last point about cancellation policy, I just wanted to understand kind of what level of concern you have for Western Gulf trawl vessels, given the ability, once you opt into EM, as we heard, for every trip for pollock, you'd be in EM. But if you wanted to move into a cod trip, you would have to go into odds and change your gear, basically, in order to then figure out if you're selected. And so given that kind of circumstance, how much of a concern is that for people switching in and out of pollock and cod in the Western Gulf? And I should caveat that because I'm always about the context is we're trying to maintain as much budget as we can to monitor as many trips as we can.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I think I don't want to speak too in depth about this because I don't fully understand the nuance. But I would just say I think the impact for the Western Gulf Fleet is probably less so than the Central Gulf Fleet anyway, since we don't carry more than one gear, and they would have to go back to the plant anyway or to the harbor to swap out gear. But I do think that generally speaking, I would echo the comments that the odds system is very confusing. And even though our vessels have been using odds for a long time, I think the process is unclear to them. How we transition into the new Trolley program and the outreach so far is not as clear as I think as it should be, especially considering a lot of our guys already struggle with using odds and trip planning as it is. I think it'll probably only be a concern for one of the seasons, but even still, I don't want to add any more complexity to the process. We can help it.
Not seeing any other questions. Thank you again. Chelsea Riddell.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the council, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Chelsea Riddell, and I'm the Assistant Director of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. We represent the trawl catcher vessels and shoreside processors, primarily based in Kodiak. First, I wanted to start by also reiterating appreciation for Ms. Ferdinand during this time. I don't know that any of us would call it drama-free, but we definitely couldn't have gotten here without her, and we are greatly going to miss her in this process. I'd also like to thank FMA for adjusting the observer priorities this year. Going into 2025, having a full census will greatly help us for all trawl EM deliveries, and it will not only improve our data, but I also think it will help with observer workload and just interest in the job, which is an issue you guys will hear later about on the observer availability paper. I just want to reiterate additional support for everything that Ms. Levy said in regards to the Western Gulf, so I won't go into the soapbox as well. And then, of course, I want to discuss a little bit more on option 2 versus option 3. And I also really appreciate Ms. Ferdinand and the agency. We had multiple conversations yesterday and trying to work this out and get to the meat of the issue for us. I do want to back up and point out that this issue did come about because of a different sector than ours that was preventing their target sampling rates from being met. And so I think that adds to a little bit of the frustration from the fleet but there's a much larger issue than that. My fleet actually asked me to testify that this issue shouldn't apply to them, but we realized that it needs to apply to all stratums. And they also wanted me to communicate that they'd be willing to take observers 2 trips in a row because they wanted to reiterate that they're not trying to get out of monitoring or affect sampling rates. It really is a flexibility issue. And so the Central Gulf differs in the Western Gulf in that there's a pretty big contingent of vessels that can only fish in the Central Gulf. And right now we are fishing for 30% less revenue than the Bering Sea. And so for these vessels, the ability to go get cod is very important. And their need to change their stratum so that they can deploy non-pelagic gear can happen on pretty short notice. And they do have to wait 72 hours if selected for an observer, and they understand that component. But I think it's hard. It's easy to say that they can just change their trip details and change the trip type. But they can't do that once the trip start date that they had originally programmed has passed. And so trawl vessels log a lot more trips. It's a smaller number of boats, but they're logging a lot more trips than any other sector in here. And they'll need to spend a lot more time in odds, potentially logging trips out further out. So they know they're going to leave September 16th, but then they program when they first log their trip to leave October 16th, giving them more time and flexibility to be able to change stratum, because they don't know if the weather is going to let them get caught, if their processor is going to want them to get caught. And so they're going to have to spend more time doing sort of it's an administrative burden. And, we built this EM program, and one of the great things about it is it improves our data, but it also, like, I go on my boats and their wheelhouses are littered with sticky notes reminding them to do all of the details that they have to do to get this good data. And they're committed to it, but there's so many things that they have to remember to do in terms of making this program work. And so it's just another thing that they need to stay further on top of. And I already get calls from my vessels 2 to 3 times a week when they're fishing with issues with odds. And I'm not the odds call center. That's how frustrating the program is to use. And I do think that the agency is going to, spend a lot more time doing outreach. They've committed to doing some outreach and a presentation to help our boats switch. But we're going to have to work really hard with them to get better at using odds just for this change that they didn't cause. And to the point about the budget, I think, this fleet has also been asking for rationalization for a long time. And if we had rationalization, we wouldn't be in this budget. So if we also want to seriously consider, using our resources more effectively in the partial coverage program, that's another way to look at it. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the testimony, Ms. Riddell. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you for your complete testimony, Ms. Riddell. And I do feel your frustration for having to make more changes to a fleet that really isn't the identified problem from the annual report. I hear that. Do your vessels also, instead of calling you, have they taken advantage of calling the call center if they don't want to go into odds and manipulate the trips themselves? Is that an easier approach, and do they take advantage of that, or is that not possible?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes. So actually about 2/3 of my boats only use the call center. And we've also discussed this with the agency, and when these changes are implemented in odds, they're going to do more work to make sure the call center understands. But a lot of times we have the odds call center tell my boats the wrong information or just make more confusion. I have to tell my boats how to phrase their question to the odds call center so that they get what they need out of their trip logging. And then the call center is only open, I think, from like 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. or something. And so sometimes changes are happening, in the middle of the night. So there are boats that primarily use the call center, but that doesn't make the system sort of any easier. And I've also had boats that thought they were communicating the correct thing to the call center, and then come to find out that when they log in later, that's not the change. So I spend a lot of time communicating with both the agency and boats about odds.
Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. You commented on that rationalization would help address some of the costs of this program, the Observer program. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Yep. Thank you for the question, Ms. Goen. Yes, I would be happy to. So, rationalized fisheries come with 100% monitoring, and then the model that we currently have for trawl fisheries with cooperative programs is they're in the pay-as-you-go. So then boats pay contract with their observer provider or their EM service provider, and then there's no full coverage vessels don't have to log into odds on a trip-by-trip basis. So odds is a planning tool for the agency to help set the partial coverage budget. And so if a fishery is rationalized and has 100% monitoring, then this is just an issue between, planning for the year is just an issue between the providers and the vessels, and doesn't involve us and doesn't involve this budget.
Not seeing any further questions. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. So with that, Let's go ahead and take our mid-morning break. We'll come back at 10:18 and see if the council wishes to take action on C4. Thank you. Council members, please come back to the table. So what are the wishes of the council on C4? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion for the council to consider. The motion reads, the council supports the draft 2025 Observer Annual Deployment Plan for partial coverage fisheries with the changes outlined below. Observer coverage rates resulting from the selected design and the final budget are expected in the final ADP in December 2024. Regulations requiring 100% and 200% observer coverage requirements are unchanged. Inclusion of shoreside observers and electronic monitoring service and maintenance support for tenders such that the Western Gulf Pollock Fleet can fully participate in the pelagic trawl EM program in 2025. Change to the fishing trip cancellation policy and odds such that a person must edit and not cancel a trip selected for observer coverage to reduce temporal bias. NIM should provide significant outreach to the fleet prior to 2025 to convey these changes. The council supports additional fixed gear EM vessels in the EM pool in 2025, up to 200 total vessels, provided they opt in prior to November 1st, 2024. Funding is available and they meet the criteria in the ADP. Additional outreach to fleets such that they understand all associated agency deadlines and the opportunity to opt out of the fixed gear EM pool if not fishing, such that the equipment can be used elsewhere. The council also reiterates its support for agency efforts to revise the zero selection pool, currently less than 40-foot fixed gear catcher vessels and jig gear, for cost efficiency purposes to potentially include fixed gear catcher vessels with 1 to 2 annual trips and/or low annual quota or volume. And the council supports the agency pursuing steps to remove EM systems from vessels that have not fished for multiple years, for example, 3, 4, or 5 years. NIFWIF proposals, the council will provide written support for the following new and ongoing proposals submitted for funding from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, the Alaska Groundfish Databank's Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program EM project, the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association and Archipelago's proposal to implement AI and fixed gear EM review, the real-time data deckhand electronic logbook development. The council also supports the following related projects not submitted for new funding at this time. North Pacific Fishermen's Association and Under 60 Cod Harvesters proposal with Saltwater Inc. to evaluate pot cod EM catch handling protocols, and the Freezer Longline Coalition's pilot project with Flywire to reduce work burden on observers. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the second. I'll be fairly brief. I very much appreciate the work of the agency, the committee, the council staff, and the advisory panel in working through these issues. I appreciate the agency's report that brings the context to the council that almost all of the Bering Sea is in full coverage, and a vast majority of the harvest across both the Gulf and the Bering Sea are in full coverage. But we spend an inordinate amount of time trying to make cost efficiencies and the best possible data in what remains in partial coverage. And that's really the purpose of the annual deployment plan. Briefly on the changes that I'm supporting in the 2025 ADP, obviously wanted to make very clear through the committee, the AP, and the council that we support inclusion of the Western Gulf Pollock Fleet to participate in the EM program. I think we heard testimony and we've heard it previously about the need to include service to tenders in order for that fleet to operate. We need to include the additional observers in plants that are necessary for EM deliveries and for the CMCPs. And I think this motion is showing we want that fleet to be able to fully participate. I did not dictate the number of systems or the number of tenders. That's really between the agency and the fleet and the processors. And I just really encourage and am encouraged by the communication between all those folks. The main issue from the committee and is in this is about changing the fishing trip cancellation policy. In odds, I think what we are moving toward in this motion is that a person must edit their trip, not cancel their trip. If you recall from the presentation, this is in order to reduce temporal bias. We were mainly seeing it in fixed gear trips. We're trying to get down to a targeted cancellation rate of 10%. Instead of doing that, the agency has really supported editing the trips in order to have the trips be taken in the right order that they are logged, and in order to address the problem fully as opposed to partially. I think we heard in testimony and through the AP discussion and report, that there's going to need to be significant outreach to the fleet prior to 2025 and probably at the start of 2025 to communicate all of these changes. And I don't discount the burden that places on folks that are just trying to fish. But we do need to address this problem. We've been seeing it in the annual report for several years, and it is not getting better, much better. So we need to take action to address it. I did continue to add the additional fixed gear EM vessels. That's something we put in their standard. We have the capability potentially to have 200 vessels, and they need to meet the deadlines in order to opt into that EM pool. And then the second or the last bullet on those changes are to be sure that we can do as much outreach as possible to the fixed gear EM fleet so that if they are not fishing, they can opt out. Currently, I understand there's a regulation that we can't just take systems off of vessels that aren't fishing. I understand that, but we can communicate to the fleet that if they're not going to be fishing, we should be using those systems elsewhere. I also did support, and this is not new for the council, reiterating support to revise zero selection. I think the agency's been dealing with a lot of changes in the observer program and a lot of changes moving more people into full coverage than partial. But there is still of great interest, I think, by this council, by the committee, to look at the zero selection pool and see if there's any other opportunity to save some funding and put it on vessels that are actually taking more trips and have more volume. And so consistently what comes up at the committee is if a vessel is always taking one trip or has very few pounds, why are we even putting them in the pool to receive a very expensive observer? And then on the NIFWIF proposals, I just wanted to try to clarify which ones I believe have been submitted to NIFWIF. And I'm suggesting that the council write a letter of support to facilitate the acceptance of those proposals by NIFWIF. But I also wanted to provide the two projects underneath that aren't being submitted for new funding through NIFWIF, but we've heard through the committee. And that I think we should just provide some recognition of those proposals. And those are at the bottom two bullets in this motion. I think I've touched on just about everything. I'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions? Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. I think it does a really good job of reflecting the work of both PCFMAC and FMAC, as well as the agency. I just wanted to make a couple comments relative to the NIFWIF proposals and other proposals section of the motion. One is, I think council members will note that the motion does not suggest any prioritization, and that's based on FMAC's determination that at this point, their prioritization isn't needed. The agency often requests some prioritization recommendations from the council when they're concerned that they don't have the resources or the bandwidth to play their role, necessary role in all of them. But at FMAC, we took some pains to discuss agency resource needs particularly for the three NIFWIF proposals. And the agency gave us pretty good assurance that they were already planning, they already had these worked into their work plan. And so there isn't really a need at this point for the council to weigh in. I think FMAC at least did leave the door open that if the agency does begin to encounter resource problems, maybe come back to FMAC and FMAC can make a recommendation to the council at that point. And so that door does remain open. We want to continue to be very aware of impacts on agency resources in accomplishing these. The only other comment I wanted to make along these lines was relative to the written support. It's my understanding that written support needs to go out fairly quickly for the new NIFWIF proposals. May not need to be as quickly for the ongoing and the extension, but just flag that for staff to try to get those out pretty quickly. I think they don't need to be complicated. It's pretty clear both from the proposal, just the summaries of the proposals that were provided to FMAC as well as the FMAC comments, how they line up with the existing council and agency priorities, and therefore the reason for the council's support.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. And I saw Mr. Witherall taking notes on the timing of those letters. Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I intend to support it. I just want to emphasize the discussion that we had around the trip cancellation policy and the odds, where we've said here, you know, we hope that NIMS should provide outreach. I certainly hope we'll emphasize that effort so that individuals using the system can understand how to use it and not create additional burdens. As I walked around and asked some questions about how it works, I'm certainly no expert on getting into odds, but some very intelligent people who are trying to use the system are having difficulties. And what that means is we've not done a good job then of getting the information out there, how to use it and make it simple. I'm certainly no technology expert, but I know that there's ways to improve it and make it useful. And I hope that we'll do that. I just want to emphasize that that's a need that I think is real important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to acknowledge I completely agree with that sentiment. I think we could have been in a position not to make changes, but we wouldn't have been addressing a situation that we keep seeing through the annual report. And I guess what I didn't say in my rationale is I was very much swayed by the risk of exceeding our budget and kind of wasting a very limited resource if we didn't do this correctly. And so that is really what tipped me over the edge, but I take very seriously the concerns of users for odds. I think if you notice too, in that bullet, this motion has the council really supporting that for trips selected for observer coverage. And so maybe I should have been more explicit that I hope the agency considers still allowing cancellations for trips not selected for observer coverage or potentially EM trips. So that's, I think, open. We can see where they land on that for the final ADP, but that might reduce some of the burden that we heard about in testimony. So I think that's under consideration. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. I am going to be supporting it on this same issue. I completely agree with why we're putting forward the approach with the option 3, and I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Williams' comments about the difficulty that we're hearing about. And I would just add to that I really hope the Observer Program is able to work with the call center. I don't deal with the odds program, so I didn't even remember until today that they had a call center, but it sounds like there's some issues there. And if they could work internally to help resolve those, I think that might alleviate some of the frustration. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any further comments? Seeing none, thank you again for the motion, Ms. Kimball, and for your leadership on the PC, FMAC, and FMAC committees. And I will hand it over to Mr. Witherall for a roll call vote.
Calling the roll on the C4 motion for observer issues and ADP. Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
And Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously, 11-0.
Okay. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't have another motion, but I need to also personally thank Ms. Ferdinand for continuing to shepherd the council and the public through this process and just continuing to make improvements in our program. So I didn't say that and I should have. And so thanks for giving me the time.
Thank you. Any further action on C4? I think we're ready to transition into D1.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Anna Henry, council staff, here to present the discussion paper on observer availability, action item D1. So first off, I want to thank a lot of contributors who are involved in this paper. While my name's on the presentation and the paper, it involves a lot of thoughts and ideas and contributions from a bunch of folks. So I wanted to mention them up front. Particularly, I want to thank Phil Gans from the regional office and Andy Kingham from the Science Center. They provided a lot of data for this paper, and it was a little more complicated than we all assumed it would be at the beginning. So I want to thank them for their time and all the back and forth on that. So as an introduction, this discussion paper was tasked by the council in June of 2023 to look at observer availability and opportunities for gaining experience on vessels. Specifically, the paper looks at the number of observers of each endorsement level needed across fishing seasons, compared with the existing number of unique qualified observers and newly qualified observers. And this includes consideration of some recent management programs, Trolley M, the PCTC cooperative program, and some changes to the Bering Sea pot cod CP sector monitoring requirements. Additionally, there's a qualitative section with a description of challenges that observer providers have mentioned in providing observer coverage in both the full and partial coverage fisheries, as well as a summary of solutions that both providers and the agency are considering to improve observer availability. So as a reminder, although you're well aware, all vessels and processors that participate in federally managed groundfish and halibut fisheries off Alaska are in one of two observer categories. First being the full coverage category, which is often referred to as pay-as-you-go. And in this category, industry contracts directly with observer providers. And there are 3 certified observer provider companies. The other category being partial coverage. This is where the randomly selected trips or offloads are covered. This is funded by the observer fee, which is assessed on all landings. And there is one observer provider who's awarded this contract through a competitive bidding process. So regulations specify the minimum qualifications that observer candidates must have. So they have to have a bachelor's degree with a major in natural sciences, including 30 semester hours of applicable biological sciences, extensive use of dichotomous keys, a course in math and statistics, and computer skills that allow them to work with the database. The table here also shows different training and experience requirements for additional endorsement levels. So once they meet these minimum requirements, in order to have be certified as an observer, they have to complete the initial observer training. This is a 3-week training with about 120 hours of coursework provided by NPFMC. And then in addition to that, there are higher level endorsements, level 2, which requires additional completion of 60 data collection days. And then 2 lead level 2 categories, one for trawl gear and one for non-trawl gear, with additional experience requirements. This table shows how those different endorsement requirements map out to the different fishery categories. So in the full coverage category, it's generally an observer with an observer certification level or a certified observer plus a lead level 2 observer. In the partial coverage category, it's generally just someone with that observer certification. And then, of course, there are EM programs that have camera systems as well. So regarding observer availability, new observers are certified after they complete that initial training, and that certification then expires 18 months after their last debriefing. And NPFMC tracks these qualifications and endorsements, but the providers have to deploy observers with the appropriate endorsement for the assignment. And they can verify this with FMA, but FMA doesn't provide documentation unless it's requested. So an individual observer is included in that pool of qualified observers as long as their certification or endorsement is valid. And this is regardless of their individual intent to deploy on a future endorsement or assignment, excuse me. So this figure here, I actually took it from a previous action NIMS created this for, but I think it shows that comparison of the larger pool of qualified observers shown here kind of at the top of the funnel. And these are all the folks that have met those regulatory requirements and are in that qualified pool and have current endorsement or certification. But then it funnels down to a smaller number who are the observers who are technically available for a deployment. And this can be based on observer preferences, logistics, travel, all sorts of things. But it is certainly a smaller pool than that overall qualified pool. But the only data that we have are data on that qualified pool. We don't have any data on the actual number of available observers. So these tables here, the top table here shows the number of distinct qualified and newly qualified observers at each endorsement level for the past 10 years. And an individual can show up in multiple columns here. So if they have multiple endorsements, they'll show up in each column that is applicable to them. On the left, you see that total pool with that lower level certification. And you can see that the total numbers have declined throughout the time series. And then the bottom table here, table 4, shows the actual number of individual observers who have been deployed by each endorsement type. And you can see that the number deployed is less than the total number of certified observers. So it is not everyone who has that certification ends up being deployed each year.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. I understood your statement to mean like we have enough observers certified. We have more observers certified than we do those deployed. So it seems like we have enough. Was that true across all of these categories?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, that's true across endorsement categories. And I do have a slide that directly compares assignments versus qualifications at different observer categories that shows that a little better than these tables, because these tables are just the number of individuals. So when I get to that figure, I think it'll be a little clearer. So this figure then shows kind of the other side of the table, the observer demand, how many observers are required to fulfill the deployments. So this just shows 2023, it's the average number of daily observers per month and it shows the total observers on the top left and then those with certified qualifications, and then the lower two are the lead level 2 trawl and lead level 2 non-trawl. So you can see there's kind of two peaks in observer demand, one early in the season and then one more towards the summer, kind of June through August. And the lead level 2 trawl is really driven by AFA CPs and Amendment 80 CPs. The lead level 2 non-trawl is all freezer longliners. Excuse me. And then the certified is that includes partial coverage and processing plant and then some other fisheries as well. So this is the figure I mentioned that compares the two, the qualified pool and the assigned pool. So in green in all of these strips is the number of qualified observers, and in blue is the distribution of the observers who are assigned. And this goes from 2014 to 2023 across the bottom. So that top strip is total, so that just includes all deployments and all observers who are certified. And then the middle strip shows in green just the observers that have that certification, so they don't have any additional endorsements. And the blue is those who are assigned to deployments that only require that certification. And then the bottom strip would be any observer that has a lead level 2 endorsement, either trawl or non-trawl, and anyone assigned to a deployment that requires a lead level 2. So this shows across years that and at each of these endorsement levels, there are more folks in the qualified pool than those who are assigned.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Henry, this is probably the best graphic for asking the sort of the fundamental question that I have that about the availability issues we've been hearing about, particularly lead level 2 in the long line, where we know the fleet is actually having to make significant ongoing investments in order to actually maintain a stream and not have to delay or tie up a trip because of lack of availability. And so I'm just wondering if you can help sort of fill in the disconnect that we're seeing between what the numbers clearly say and yet what that fleet in particular is actually experiencing.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mr. Twite. I would say first off that we only have data regarding the number of qualified observers that have each endorsement level. As I mentioned before, with that kind of funnel figure, that's a larger pool than those observers who are, quote, available for an assignment. There are so many factors that affect whether or not an observer is, quote, available. And those are factors that we can't track. I mean, it can change day to day based on an observer's preferences, whether or not maybe they have moved on to a different profession, but they still have a current endorsement, so they still show up in that pool. So we just have no way of having any actual data on the number of available observers who would accept a deployment at any moment. Throughout the rest of the presentation and the paper, I'll discuss some more kind of qualitative issues that may affect that and are affecting some of the challenges towards observer availability. But I don't have any, we don't have any data that would really get at what those numbers are of folks who are willing and able to accept a deployment at any time.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks. That's useful. And you're reminding me of the sort of the value of an earlier graphic showing the funnel. So I think part of what I was hearing implicit in what you were saying is that the numbers you're showing here, kind of the upper level in that funnel, et cetera, those are the things that the kinds of factors that the council might have the most control over. Not saying total control at any point, or the ability to influence. But as you get further down in that funnel, the factors are more and more outside of council purview, and the council should be very realistic about has very little or no real ability to influence more of what happens as you go down in the funnel. I'm saying it a little backwards, but it seems like there's almost an inverse relationship between council ability to influence and where you are in the funnel. Or am I making way too much out of something?
Through the chair, I would say the top of that funnel, the qualifications are written in regulations, and then how the endorsements map out to what the requirements are in terms of coverage by each fishery are also in regulations. The council can comment or affect how they want those regulations to look, but maybe I should go back to the funnel. But lower in the funnel, I mean, I don't think the council can affect an individual observer's desire to accept a deployment. So yeah, I guess that would be accurate, stating that the council has more impact higher up the funnel.
And not a question, just the reason I was sort of grasping for that is I'm still, as I look at this issue, I'm still really trying to see where the council can actually have a constructive voice and role. And so it's helping me sort of think about that as I think about the way you've characterized this. And I appreciate it when you are continuing to point that out.
Thank you. So I think that brings me here to some of the recent management changes that we also looked at. So those include the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative, or PCTC program. This was implemented in September of 2023, and it moved participating vessels from the partial coverage category into the full coverage category. We also looked at an action affecting pot CPs in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish. This was effective as of December of 2023, and this had CPs that previously were required to have observers that just had that observer certification level were now required to carry at least one observer with a level 2 endorsement at all times. And then we also looked at the Trawl EM program, which is expected to be implemented in regulation January 1st of 2025. And again, this for Pollock CVs using pelagic trawl gear, they could opt into the EM program and carry electronic monitoring in place of observers. And then there were additional observers shoreside as part of that program. So what we did to look at the effect in terms of monitoring requirements of these programs is to compare the existing observers under the status quo regulations and then go back over the past 10 years and say, okay, if these programs were implemented, what would the additional number of observers have been if this program had been in place? Because these programs are relatively new, we don't have very much actual data of the effect of them on the monitoring requirements. So we just kind of went back and looked historically. Okay, if they had been in place over the last 10 years, what would the changes have been in terms of the number of monitors required? One downside of this is it doesn't look at some of these regulations may have an impact in terms of how the temporal distribution or other aspects in terms of operations. So we don't have this strategy doesn't take those into account. So this slide shows the changes associated with the PCTC program. So this figure shows the maximum additional number of certified observers that would have been required on a single day in each month from 2014 to 2023. And this is from moving those vessels from the partial coverage category into the full coverage category. And so the peak here would be in February of 2023, 7 additional observers would have been required based on this changes from the PCTC program. But you can see that generally it's a spike in observers early in the year, and then it really flattens out throughout the year in the later months. This figure shows the effects of the POT CP action. So this shows the number of observers that previously would have only been required to have an observer certification that now would need to have that level 2 endorsement. So you can see, again, here there's kind of 2 peaks, one early in the year and one kind of in the fall, September and October. The maximum number of observers that would have needed level 2 would have been 5 observers, and that's in September and October of 2015. And in recent years, those numbers have declined. But again, these aren't new observers. These are observers that would have previously had observer certification that now would need level 2 under this action. And then finally, this figure looks at the pelagic trawl EM program. So this shows the greatest daily change in the number of observers that would be required if trawl EM had been a regulated program over the past 10 years. And this was assuming full participation of every eligible vessel. So again, there's kind of two troughs here, one early in the year and one July through September sort of. And the greatest change would have been a reduction in observers from about 25 to 45 observers on any given day. That would have been the greatest change if this program had been in place. So when you look at these 3 programs combined, this top strip here shows the total change in the number of observers from all of these programs combined. So it shows a reduction across all years. That's mainly driven by the trawl EM program and the reduction of observers from that program. The next strip of figures shows the reduction in certified observers. Again, that's mostly driven by the trawl EM program. And then the third strip shows an increase in level 2 observers. That's driven by that POT CP program. And then there's no change in the requirements to lead level 2 observers. So that completes the kind of quantitative data portion of the presentation. This section moves into a more kind of qualitative discussion of the issues. So analysts spoke with representatives from each permitted observer provider company, some current and past observers, and FMA employees to kind of better understand some of the challenges and solutions regarding observer availability. And there was no real consensus in describing the scope or the magnitude of the problem. One provider mentioned that they have not seen very many changes recently in terms of recruiting or retention. Other providers mentioned that the problem has been pretty dynamic. A few years ago, it was harder to recruit the necessary numbers to fill the overall number of observer positions, but currently the challenge is more related to retaining observers with experience and those higher level endorsements. So I'll go through some of the themes that were mentioned as contributing factors. So for challenges, a lot of folks mentioned that some of these challenges were particularly related to unique circumstances that occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic. When the pandemic began, a lot of observers scattered and became harder to get in touch with. Also, many folks adjusted their professional aspirations or their willingness to accept long deployments and be away from home for long periods of time. So it kind of has led to fewer observers accepting longer deployments. Additionally, during the pandemic, most of the deployments were of a longer length, so this led to some burnout amongst existing observers. And because of these long deployments, there were also fewer opportunities for people to gain experience for those higher endorsement levels. Additionally, colleges and universities moved to online learning during this time and discontinued most of their fieldwork. So this led to a lag in qualified candidates. Another theme that folks mentioned were some of the current dynamics of the fishery. So there are unique challenges that are currently facing Alaska's groundfish fisheries as harvesters and processors are facing challenging market conditions, increased costs, and generally operating on thinner margins. And this increased uncertainty in the fishery and prices has led to less predictable operations, and this can make providing observers more challenging. There's just a lot more last-minute changes in the operational dynamics. And this environment overall can increase stress levels, create tension, and increase the potential for conflict on vessels. A lot of the challenges were also related to the specific demands of the position. Fisheries observing is difficult work. It often requires long hours in harsh environmental conditions, and it's mentally and emotionally draining to be isolated from family, community, and the comforts of home. Observer data collection is often scrutinized, and the importance of that of the data weighs heavily on observers. And generally, there's little, if any, opportunity for career advancement. So overall, these circumstances don't lend themselves to long-term participation in the field. Some folks also mentioned regulatory requirements as being a challenge, and that specifically the educational requirements for observers are becoming more challenging for candidates to meet as academic curricula have evolved. And this may remove potential candidates who may otherwise be successful observers. All of the providers mentioned that they have numerous applicants who do not meet these requirements. So specifying the requirements in regulation does not allow for any subjectivity regarding a candidate's aptitude for the observer position. However, these academic requirements do ensure that candidates have minimum qualifications and skill sets, and without these, the observer certification training may need to be extended to cover some of these issues in adequate detail. And there are also NIMS policies on minimum qualifications that apply to all federal programs. So if these qualifications were lowered in Alaska, it could push the kind of higher qualified candidates elsewhere to other programs. People also mentioned the multi-layered structure of the observer program with specific responsibilities for the observer program and specific responsibilities for the providers can make it difficult for observers to know who to go to with different questions. And this can lead observers to feel a lack of support and trust. So If concerns are brought to providers, sometimes providers are, that's not in our purview. You have to talk to the program. And so observers don't often know who to go to with problems. Additionally, vessels are the direct clients of the full coverage observer providers, and this can lead to an awkward dynamic if challenges between observers and vessel personnel arise. And this can be exacerbated by the fact that observer providers are competing for the same labor pool in terms of potential observers and the same client pool in terms of industry vessels. Folks also mentioned some changing demographics of the labor pool as being a challenge. New observers are often recruited after recently graduating college, and sometimes there can be generational differences between that current cohort of graduates and past generations that can be challenging. Observers can include a wide range of ages, from those new folks right out of college to some folks who could be in their 60s, and each generation is motivated differently. Generally, people find that some of the older generations are seeking more security and financial compensation, while recent graduates may be less focused on the financial aspects of the position and are now especially wanting shorter contracts and prioritizing work-life balance and mental health support a little more. Additionally, people mentioned management changes as affecting observer availability. So every change in fishery management that affects observer requirements affects a provider's ability to fulfill those requirements, but can also affect the overall appeal of observing as a profession. Some of these changes are directly related to the management measure, but others may be less direct effects and less predictable. Folks mentioned, particularly with the trawl EM program, while the direct effect was a reduction in the required number of observers, one impact of that was also removing a lot of CV trips from the full coverage category. So this reduced the variety of deployments available for observers who may want more diversity in the kinds of deployments they have rather than just CPs. And this could also lead to kind of less consistent and more sporadic work, which can lead to observer attrition and be more challenging for providers to provide coverage for. And then finally, I just want to mention a couple additional sources that are recent reports that have touched on these issues. The first being a recent report from the U.S. Government Accountability Office that was focused on efforts to reduce and monitor bycatch. And this report stated that according to officials from NMFS headquarters and all 5 NMFS regions, recruiting and retaining enough observers to support the data collection needs across fisheries has been an ongoing challenge. So these challenges are not unique to the North Pacific, and this report was not either. But it specifically identified compensation rates that have not remained competitive with other jobs for similar graduates, and working conditions such as seasickness, contentious working relationships with vessel crew, and long deployments, all as factors that may lead to low observer retention. The report noted that while some regions have outlined their resource needs for observers, it recommended that NMFS identify and communicate resource needs from across the regions to support fisheries observers. And then another report in 2016, NMFS conducted an anonymous online survey to current and former observers across regions on fishery observer attitudes and experiences, and how these may impact their decision to stay in or leave the profession. This report identified common reasons for becoming an observer, including obtaining fieldwork experience, career development or advancement, protecting the environment, travel opportunities, pay, seasonal work schedule, and ability to fill educational or employment gaps. The survey also identified factors that potentially contribute to high turnover observers, and these include the unpredictable work schedule, potential distance from and lack of communication with home, and demanding work environment. And I will note that the National Observer Program is currently updating this survey to include a few more questions regarding recruitment and retention, and the new version should be coming out shortly. So those were some of the challenges. Now we'll move on to some potential solutions that were mentioned. The first being taking a more professional approach. So while there's widespread recognition that fisheries observing is not often a long-term career, although it can be for some, there was also an understanding that Describing the position and treating observers as a more professional occupation may help maintain some observers over a longer tenure. And there could be different approaches for this, including framing the position as more than just a stepping stone during training, or providing increased feedback on the specifics and importance of how observer data are used in the management process. People also mentioned resume building workshops or mentorship programs with more experienced observers to help observers apply what they've learned to more permanent employment opportunities. And this could also include a more professional compensation structure, including typical professional non-salary remuneration, such as health insurance plans, retirement plans, employee assistance programs, and counseling and mental health services. Folks also mentioned increased communication and support as a strategy to help increase a sense of community and provide support to observers in the field to help counteract with the inherent isolation of the position. Both the agency and some providers are working on newsletters to send to observers in the field, and this can include information about events in port communities and help assist getting observers together when they may overlap on shore. More frequent communication between support staff and observers, such as weekly virtual meetings and updates on current status of the fisheries, or providing opportunities for newer observers to ask questions of more experienced observers. And a lot of folks mentioned that the addition of Starlink technology to most vessels would probably also help reduce this feeling of isolation and increase communication abilities. Some providers also mentioned that they're revisiting their recruitment strategies and messaging efforts to help particularly reach recent college graduates more effectively. This may include an increased social media presence or attendance at job fairs, although there was mixed perspectives on the potential return of investment on job fairs. And then finally here, I will mention compensation. This is kind of a big issue that could fall into both categories in terms of a challenge if payment does not adequately compensate for the challenges and stress associated with the position, but was also mentioned as a potential solution in terms of increasing compensation to better match those challenges could lead to easier recruitment and increased retention. But observer pay is a tricky issue, the specifics of which are complicated, and compensation structure varies by observer providers. The partial coverage contract holder does not have control over many wage and benefit requirements. They're set by the Department of Labor because it's a federal contract. So this includes minimum wages, overtime pay requirements, and fringe benefits. And some of these same benefits may not be provided under the pay-as-you-go model, where a day rate pay scale is more frequently used. So full coverage providers may have more flexibility in some regards, but those observer contracts are still covered by union contracts, which are negotiated regularly. And additionally, full coverage providers are competing for business in a constant market. So if wages are raised, those costs are often passed on to vessels and could risk losing business to competitors. And I will mention that we have no publicly available data on compensation, so there's nothing we can say specifically regarding compensation rates. So finally, I'll go over a few strategies that the agency is currently working on to address observer recruitment and retention. So the National Observer Program has worked on that observer survey that I mentioned previously. They're trying to update that and get a new version out fairly quickly. They're developing a mentorship program. They're working on progression stories, which are kind of NOAA staff shorts for professionals who started as observers to document how they progressed to their current career. They've been increasing communication with universities and developing flyers for each region, and looking at holding webinars for current observers to illustrate the different ways observer data are used. They also have a Veterans to Observer program, which is identifying mechanisms to hire military veterans into observer programs nationally. They've created a permanent email address to facilitate recruitment and retention efforts, and created a permanent listing on popular job boards with links to current permitted contractors and the Fisheries Observer NOAA webpage. They're developing an art contest for observer artwork and have updated the National Observer Program website to include more information for those who are interested in becoming an observer. And then more locally in this region, the FMA division has also implemented some strategies recently to assist observer providers to support their recruitment efforts. So they've extended registration deadlines upon request. They've increased capacity for their 3-week training. They've kind of expanded what can be considered as a outlining experience of the extensive use of dichotomous keys if documentation of that can be kind of challenging. And then they've also considered conditionally approving qualified applicants who've completed all the degree requirements but may not have their official paperwork yet. So some kind of concluding points. From the data, it shows that there's a surplus of qualified observers for assignments under the current management requirements, including these recent regulatory changes. But this, as I've mentioned, includes any qualified observer whose current certification meets the endorsement requirements, and this likely includes numerous observers who are not actively interested in observing or not available for a deployment. But given currently available data, it's difficult to estimate any accurate number of those available observers who are willing and able to accept an assignment at any given time. Many of the challenges are either inherent to fisheries observing or general factors that affect the overall labor pool. And both providers and the agency are working on a number of strategies towards improving observer availability, but these are largely outside the scope of council influence. But it is important for the council to consider impacts of management changes on monitoring requirements, including both potential cumulative and indirect effects. And that concludes my presentation on the paper. I do have one slide about the FMAC related to this topic.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Henry, as I think about your last bullet, which is probably the one that's most within the council's purview on this page, I'm wondering if, so for instance, the last 3 council actions that are now being implemented, if we were to go back and look at our analyses that led to that, would we see that we actually did a reasonably good job of considering the impacts of the management changes on the monitoring requirements, including both potential cumulative and indirect effects, or is there more that we could have, should have done with those 3?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mr. Twite. All of our analyses have a monitoring and enforcement category where we look at the effect on monitoring, particularly programs like Trawl EM and PCTC that have very obvious effect on monitoring, and also the CP program that had effect on monitoring. For any action that has obvious effects on monitoring, I think we do a good job of analyzing those impacts. This bullet is really just a reminder to look at the overall context in which those actions are taken. And while we do a good job of assessing and evaluating changes and impacts on management, it's important to understand that those don't happen in a vacuum, and that just looking at the overall effects of it on the whole management program is important.
Mr. Blavotti.
Yeah, thank you. Is there a process on the first bullet? Is there a process for removing observers that are qualified but haven't been active for 2, 3, 5 years in any position or taken a job? Is there a way to have them removed, or have you considered that?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So an observer certification lasts 18 months after their last deployment. So as long as their qualification or endorsement is current, they will stay in that pool because they have the current endorsements and they could be deployed. So the only time an observer would be removed from that pool of qualified candidate or qualified folks is when they no longer have those qualifications. The other aspects that would affect that are we're not going to survey every observer and say, how likely are you to accept another deployment? And that changes so much that tracking any of that information would really be difficult.
Thank you, Ms. Henry.
So I'll just quickly summarize the portion of the FMAC report that is just related to this paper. You already heard the other portions of the FMAC report. So much of the discussion at the committee focused on many of the themes in this paper. The committee expressed support for maintaining the current high standards and requirements for observers, noting that the principal objective is to maintain data quality, which requires observers with proper knowledge and understanding of sampling methods and design. The committee expressed concern regarding the loss of diversity of deployment opportunities on vessels and noted that it's important to maintain a variety of deployments to help keep the job interesting and less routine and to sustain a vibrant observer program. The committee supported efforts that are currently being undertaken by the agency and encouraged continued exploration of programs to increase observer recruitment opportunities and retention. And then just finally noted that observer availability remains a difficult issue to address comprehensively. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Any questions on the presentation or the FMAC report or anything to add from the co-chairs on the FMAC report? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
That we're ready to move on to our AP report, and reminder to the public, any members wishing to testify, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, council members, Heather Mann, Vice Chair, Co-Vice Chair of the AP, the motion on observer availability. The AP acknowledges the receipt of the observer availability discussion paper and appreciates the significant work that council and agency staff put into this multifaceted and nuanced issue. The AP would like to note that while observer availability is an ongoing issue, no further action is recommended at this time. And that motion passed unanimously 20-0. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Any questions on the AP report? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. And I don't have the rationale right in front of me, but I wonder if you could briefly speak to why the no action on this and whether it was that the AP didn't get the information that it was looking for or whether they didn't think they had a nexus to solving these problems. Any additional detail?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the latter. So we understand the different challenges and issues that are affecting the availability, but we didn't feel as if there was a comprehensive solution at this time. But that as we move forward, we should incorporate into thinking about actions that we might take, some of the different suggestions that were in the document versus actually taking a comprehensive action around those. So just being mindful of what those challenges are and be thinking about ways to help alleviate them when we can. But again, yeah, there was no comprehensive way to address this at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions on the AP report? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. I was looking at the last bullet of the advisory panel motion rationale for this, and I was interested in this topic. It's about concerns, AP concerns about how enforcement tools could be administered for missed or late reporting and how vessel owners might be affected differentially in different fisheries in terms of penalties. Can you give me just a little bit more? Did you talk about specific examples when you sort of arrived at that conclusion, or can you just give me a little more insight into that discussion, please?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I don't have it in front of me. Is that the last bullet point though on crew data collection versus the observer?
Madam Chair, on the report I have, which, yes, it's the last bullet I have on the crew data collection motion. Let me make sure I'm looking at it. Is that concerns were expressed on what enforcement tools could be administered due to missed or late reporting and how owners in different fisheries might be penalized differently.
Yeah, so that's a different agenda item than what we're on right now, unless I'm confused. Okay,
That I am confused. I'm terribly sorry.
I'll be prepared for that question under the next agenda item.
We skipped down.
I
to
tipped
one,
my hand
so,
there, didn't
yeah.
I?
Completely understandable. Yes, we were going out of order there, so
Okay.
no problem. Thank you, Ms. Mann. We have completed our staff reports and we've heard from the AP on agenda item D1. We're ready to move on to public testimony. We have 3 people signed up. A reminder to the public, individuals and companies have 3 minutes to testify and organizations and associations 6 minutes. So we'll start with Nicole Santoyo, and she's scheduled remotely. I think we have you online. Nicole, can you try to unmute yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. Okay, can y'all hear me?
You're quite faint. Wondering if you could get closer to your microphone.
Oh, sorry, I am at sea right now. I have my phone in my hand. I'm trying to project a little. Hello?
I'm sorry, Nicole. If you could try to adjust your volume or your speaker.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Is this any better?
I think you're still. It's a little.
It might be a problem with my phone.
Yeah, we'll give this a try, and I might need to interrupt you to increase your volume again, but please proceed.
Okay. As I was introduced, my name is Nicole Santoyo, and I'm a North Pacific observer currently at sea, deployed in the Hake fishery. This is my 10th contract counting both Alaska and ASHOP, and I've been deployed for over 460 days. I'd first like to thank you for inviting our commentary on this topic. As observers, the group are passionate about our work and advocating for ourselves. And I would like to embody the spirit on behalf of all my colleagues at sea who are unable to comment. Now, I'll touch on the section of the paper about how COVID's affected observing. I'm a member of the pandemic cohort myself. I trained in 2021. It's unfair to make the generalization that we lack skills and are of lower social intelligence. This language of lower intelligence is a slap in the face in the wake of all our efforts and demonstrated proficiencies, waves away both our requests and high turnover as those of unsuited, unsocially skilled workers. We, like any other of our peers, are just highly educated biologists who are willing to work in diverse conditions, not just environmentally, but sometimes socially, and accomplish the majority of our duties. Probably the most limiting factor of our availability is the compensation we receive for our time. None of us hope to become rich observing, but we have bills to pay, and the physical and mental strain this job puts on us is considerable. The per diem rating in Seattle. Our rent, student loan payments, and bills do not stop coming, and being made to wait for an uncertain amount of time can put us in a precarious situation. Sometimes we can't afford to wait after an injury to recover. We're often forced to cut short our recoveries and return to work so we can make up for lost income. This will burn us out, and we will have to look elsewhere for employment. It's this double blow of uncertain and lost income that sends us looking for more stable positions. Our pay is not kept pace with the cost of living, and we're struggling to work enough days in the year to keep ourselves above the water without breaking ourselves down. Having increased benefits, including transitional programs and opportunities to build skills that would serve us in other fisheries-related positions, would give us more reason to keep observing. For some of the issues I've discussed, I posed some suggestions I've heard time and time again in conversation with my peers. So, increase in pay to keep up with inflation and standby pay when the duration of our stay on land goes over a certain number of days. Increased benefits like dental insurance, priority placement in relevant internal positions, as well as opportunities and invitations to attend skill trainings and work with researchers. Even stuff like volunteering is valuable. It's hard to network at sea, and being selected for events like these would be valuable. The takeaway here is that material benefits will make more observers available, as it will make the job more sustainable for us to have over time. So yeah, we're an important part of ensuring there'll be enough fish to catch in a pretty lucrative fishery in the future. And we would like to be respected, supported, and compensated as such for the dangerous work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Santoyo. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I will try to answer.
Thank you for your testimony. I actually don't have a question. I did catch maybe half of what you were saying, and so would just encourage you to write a letter to the council expressing your concerns. I did hear about and agree with that you're an important part of this fishery and need to be respected and supported. And I just want to flag the appreciation for trying to call in while you're at sea. So no questions, but thank you for trying to participate.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'll be in touch.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Ms. Santoyo.
Welcome.
So our next testifier is Sarah Williamson, followed by Chad C.
Through the chair, good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Williamson. I am the former FMAC representative for observers. I have been an observer for 8 years, was also a set line survey specialist for the International Pacific Halibut Commission for 3. I just want to show support to Nicole, who called in, also to Alyssa, Kayla, and Francis, who has commented on this issue for observer availability. Observer availability, as we all heard, is very complex. I was very thankful for Anna to reach out to interview me for this discussion paper. The reason I am sitting in front of you today is just to provide courage for observers out there to hopefully one day also sit here in front of you. Having observers engage with the council, I think, is extremely important, and we need to have them in this arena. Providers, I believe, do not give the observer opinion. I have heard this multiple times at the PCFMAC and FMAC. I do enjoy working for saltwater, but they do provide a service to industry as well as the government. There are times where my provider and I disagree. Pay is a major concern for observers. Mental health support is a major concern, and also communication. I know as an observer, communication between everyone can sometimes have this go around. If I have an issue, I get pointed to someone. After that, I get pointed to someone else. So it's kind of hard for observers to find who they need to confide in when there is an issue at hand. Also, if the council can, please talk to observers. AIS, AOI, and Saltwater Inc. should have all been considered and contacted to contribute to this discussion paper. I am just saltwater. I do not know what an AOI observer goes through or an partial coverage AIS observer goes through, and their opinions are extremely important. And also, I resigned as a FMAC representative because I believe you eventually become disconnected from the observing community. I know people have given opinions on the observer's behalf, but have been off a boat for over a year or haven't been an observer for over a year. A lot of things can change in just 3 months, 6 months. So talking to recent observers, I think is extremely important. And I want to applaud all the observers who have taken the courage to comment, to attend this meeting. And if anyone has any questions, I'm willing to answer them. And also I did leave a public comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Williamson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Williamson, for being here today. I appreciate that you continue to track these issues even as you're moving on in your education and your career. I wish you the best of luck with both of those. To the extent that your presence here does hopefully provide either an example or some reassurance that we don't bite. And in fact, we really do appreciate hearing from people who actually deal with these issues on a personal and daily basis. To the extent that that helps, thank you for that as well. And please also continue to convey to your contacts who are still active observers that we appreciate their contributions. The question I have for you is about the communication issue. I know the agency has heard you on that and or others on that and is trying several different pilot projects, several of which were listed here earlier in the presentation. And I'm wondering if you could give us any specifics from your perspective. And again, recognizing that you're not as engaged actively as you used to be, but which of those are working, which of those might not be, and what's maybe still missing in communication? I heard you about the who to talk to point, but I'm wondering if you have some other thoughts.
Through the chair. Thank you so much for that question. What I think the biggest problem is, yes, Starlink is very useful. Observers use it to communicate, but I think it's also, in case no one knows, an ISA is an in-season advisor. So through Atlas, an observer communicates with their in-season advisor with issues. Sometimes an observer is so stressed and overwhelmed and they're trying to get an answer, and sometimes they don't hear from their in-season advisor. And they're kind of at this loss of what needs to be done. And I've brought this up to FMA before. It's more that there needs to be clear outline steps for observers to know if they're not getting their help here, they need to go here. Or if they have an issue with the manual, here's who you contact with the manual. Here's what doesn't make sense. Can we change something in training? And it's also too, when I talk about mental health, there's still a little bit of confusion with observers who to go to for mental health. I know there's new programs in place for observers. Observers are utilizing them. But the issue is we talk about insurance. I know Nicole mentioned insurance. It's finding therapy as well. And it's going to people and saying, how do I get this? For some providers, it's easy. I know AOI helps their observers, but I don't know about AAS. And I know Saltwater does not have the best insurance. So it's kind of finding that, who do I talk to? Who do I find help? Because I know that finding a therapist can be difficult sometimes. So things like that. And I've brought up a couple of times the peer-based mentorship program, and it'll be nice for observers to be able to connect again. COVID-19, as we all know, created some disruption within the observer community. And if we can make a professional platform for observers to clearly communicate, if they feel lonely, they're isolated, it would make it it would help with their mental health. It would make it a better place for them, I think. So there's certain things, yes, that are working, but I think more can be done. I don't know if that answers your question, but thank you for the question.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning. So our last testifier is Chad C.
Chairman Drobnica, members of the council. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today on the observer availability discussion paper. First, I want to welcome the new council members. I haven't had a chance to testify yet, so welcome everyone to the table, and I look forward to working with you. For the record, my name is Chad C. I'm the executive director of the Free Zone Only Coalition, and also a member of the FMAC. FLC appreciates the work to put together this discussion paper on observer availability. We recognize the challenge the authors faced in providing a clearer picture of this of the data and the challenges associated with addressing this issue. The paper is instructive in providing more information on the number of qualified observers at different endorsement levels, as well as an overview of potential agency and observer provider solutions that are or could be utilized to improve observer availability. Personally, it's also helpful to hear the perspectives from the observers themselves on this issue, both through the paper and here at Council today. With that said, the FLC, for FLC, we're still left with questions about the actual availability of qualified observers and how any of the solutions highlighted in the paper might effectively address the challenges we are facing with ensuring a sufficient available pool of non-trawl Lee Level 2 observers for our vessels. As FLC has testified previously, to ensure a sufficient pool of available non-trawl Lee Level 2s for our providers, we have voluntarily initiated a second observer program on our vessels to provide additional opportunity for less experienced observers to secure their Lee Level 2 endorsement. This has come at an annual cost to our fleet of about $50,000 a year since 2022. These efforts were not originated, nor should they be intended to be a permanent solution to addressing the need for providing a pool of Lee Level 2 observers for our fleet. It is not the obligation of vessels to ensure that there are sufficient numbers of, in our case, Lee Level 2s for our vessels. But if there is a shortage, it falls on either us to stay at the tide of the dock or to pay the cost to get more observers the experience they need. The question is how to build and maintain a sufficient pool of available non-trawl Lee Level 2s for our fleet without it simply coming out of our pockets. The FMAC meeting report noted the committee's concern regarding the loss of diversity of deployment opportunities for observers. The committee highlighted the importance of ensuring the flexibility for providers to deploy observers to get needed experience to secure higher level endorsements and to help keep the job interesting and desirable for observers. We agree with the comments on the importance of the variety of deployments to maintain interest in the profession and importantly, to provide more flexibility for observers to secure their endorsements. I just urge that we look to increase the variety of deployments available and not simply maintain the variety that we have today. We agree with the AP's recommendation to not take further action on this discussion paper, but we must continue to pursue solutions to facilitate the availability of Lee Level 2 observers and experienced observers generally. For our fleet, this may be by way of increasing the pool of Lee Level 2s or reducing the demand for them on our vessels or some combination of both. As our observer program has evolved and its challenges become more evident, we need to be open-minded about solutions to ensure we have a functioning, effective observer program for all participants. Lastly, I'd just like to extend my thanks to Jennifer Ferdinand for her leadership on the observer program. We really appreciate her collaboration and her open door to conversations about any challenges we have with our fleet over the years. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. C? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
So that concludes our public testimony on D1. Let's take a 8-minute stand down. We'll come back at 11:50 and see what the wishes of the council are at that point.
Sorry. Well, I just want
It's basically, did you take our class? Yeah. Surprised. So there are a number of schools that have instituted. And they don't tend to, you did, well, that's good, not all of them do. It used to be everyone came with it. Right. Everyone. That don't, although we used to tell people just have their certain class, give them knowledge, technology. We know right away to those, but if they come in, they're already in college. You know, I was gonna say, yes and no, but it's, yeah, and you could, the biggest challenge is not being in our training classes. Because that cost is passed on to server providers. We're under just, we're in the same stress as the industry. Like, what do you do? Don't make it more expensive for me to do this.
You know, what we're on now, is coming up with.
So they have I love that Cornell app. They feel that Erlen's the best. And they've started with fish as well. It doesn't, it works great if you're in the factory. It doesn't work great. You gotta be able to see like fish as soon as it breaks the water, as soon as it breaks the water. So they still need some. There's still time. I'm always recording.
I thought of all the things that not one single.
That's it, yeah, because they've got to be able to breathe time. Obviously can't teach them everything. All of that. Now they could like, coral swimmers, sponges, you know, we've got starfish or what now because we've got those. No, I don't. The number of times like I serve here, why does anyone want to do it?
today. But we'll just have to track our pace with C5. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Good afternoon, everyone. We are beginning our staff presentation on C5. Again, we are a little ahead of schedule, depending on how quickly we move through this. I would say if we end before 3 p.m., we might be able to start our staff presentation on C6. If not, then we will make a determination likely to begin that tomorrow. So I just want to flag that for people, but we'll see how this conversation goes. Thank you. Ms. Marinan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marinan, council staff. Just providing a quick introduction here. This is C5 crew data collection. The initial review analysis and the presentation, the staff presentation that you're going to see today was prepared by Mike Fye. He's with the Alaska Fishery Information Network. That's part of Pacific States Marine Fishery Commission. So this is initial review. Just a quick reminder overview. The primary purpose of the crew data collection that's being discussed would be to support economic and community impact analyses required for FMP analyses and regulatory amendments by providing quantitative data on crew and community connections to better understand the impacts of fishery management actions. So that's the scope here. There was an expanded discussion paper that the SSC reviewed in June 2023, and the AP and the council reviewed that expanded discussion paper in February of 2023. And so the SSC and the AP had an opportunity to review this initial review at this meeting as well. So with that introduction, I'll pass it over to Mike for the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Michael Fye with ACFIN, and I have the C5 crew data collection initial review draft for you here today. The purpose and need was adopted in June of 2023. That purpose and need states that currently only 2 federal fisheries in the North Pacific consistently collect information relative to crew on fishing vessels, and that's through the NMFS EDR programs. That's the Amendment 80 fishery and the crab rationalization fishery. Thus, there is not a regular mechanism in place to provide quantitative data in most council analyses to understand impacts on this important component of fisheries participation. The council is considering annual data collection to include crew license data, crew compensation, and the number of crew positions on vessels operating in federal fisheries to support economic and community impact analyses required for FMP and regulatory amendments. Any proposed collection mechanism should provide usable data by fishery while minimizing the reporting burden and cost to fishery participants and NIMS. And just to clarify a few things, how I took this moving forward is I look to specifically minimize the burden and cost, and I've highlighted that in the motion. That was something I sought to do, noting that incremental costs would be above the minimum. So the minimum possible cost to collect these data elements is how I pursued the analysis. There's 2 alternatives. The first alternative is the no action alternative. If the no action alternative was selected, all participants of the North Pacific, other than the Amendment 80 program and the crab rationalization program, would not submit information on crew participation. The crew members participating in those sectors would not be known. The communities of those crew members would not be known, and the amount of compensation from those sectors to crew members and the communities that benefit from that crew compensation would also not be known. Alternative 2 would be to implement that annual crew data collection of crew licenses, crew compensation, and the number of crew positions in the federal fisheries. And that's, again, to be delineated by fishery and area. Charter halibut vessels are excluded, as are vessels active only in state waters. Option 1 of alternative 2 would require vessels that currently complete EDRs, so the Amendment 80 and crab rationalization program. It would require that their EDRs are modified to be consistent with this new data collection. That modification would just affect the crew data portion of those EDRs. So the other sections of their EDRs would continue to be the same. Moving on to the history of the data collection, the council has had a fairly long deliberative process on how we got to this initial review. It began in April of 2018. The council requested a discussion paper that would explain how data was used in the council process. This then went to the initial review that was initiated in April of 2019. Part of that motion was to improve the usability, efficiency, and consistency of the data collection programs. The SSPT reviewed the EDR paper in November of 2019 and requested a day-long workshop moving forward. And then we get to 2020. There were 2 EDR workshops held. That was in August and November of 2020. There was a discussion that was led by Katie Latanich on the value of crew data. Participants were asked if there was any type of data that they would like to see in the council process, and participants in that workshop overwhelmingly stated that crew information is what they would like to see in the council process. And that was approximately 15 stakeholders that participated in that discussion. Then in March of 2021, the SSPT met. There were several things that the SSPT undertook. There was a mapping exercise of the current EDRs, how they could possibly intersect and benefit the council process. The SSPT also reviewed the national EDR efforts and where Alaska ranks in those national efforts, and then also reviewed that stakeholder workshop. In that March 2021 SSPT meeting, the SSPT recommended a comprehensive data collection for all fleets, and that would be based on the council needs. Moving on to the April 2021 meeting, those SSPT minutes were reported to the SSC and AP and council. If folks kind of want to delve into that information, it would all be under that April 2021 council meeting. The SSPT minutes were 32 pages long, so there was quite a bit of discussion on how we got to our conclusion of a comprehensive data collection. Then in February of 2022, the council initiated a discussion paper, and this was after the removal of the golf trawl EDR requirement. That gets us to the beginning of this effort. There was the initial discussion paper in October of 2022. There were 4 data elements or components brought forward at that time: crew licenses, crew compensation, lease costs, and fuel and lube costs. The second discussion paper dropped the fuel and lube costs. It highlighted how lease costs were best collected by someone other than the vessel owner, and then the crew data was brought forward. And that gets us to the current action. Again, this is to be a simple data collection looking to minimize the cost and burden. So I look to see how we could collect those data elements with minimal costs. And these data components are to benefit the council process. And the main benefit that we identified was supporting the community impact assessments. Currently, as of 2023, ADF&G issued over 15,000 crew licenses. It's unknown how many of those crew licenses participate in federal fisheries. We do note that over 5,000 crew positions were on federal vessels. And then I also put together an estimate of the crew compensation in 2023. We're looking at over $300 million that vessel owners pay to crew members to participate on federal vessels. In order to calculate that, I used the Amendment 80 EDRs. So I looked at the crew compensation as a percentage of the total ex-vessel value associated with Amendment 80 and came up with approximately 40% of revenue was paid to crew members. Regarding the respondents who would be required to complete this data collection, we're looking at 672 vessels that were active in 2023. Again, that excludes over 1,200 charter halibut vessels, and those charter halibut vessels are not required to have crew licenses. It doesn't include the Upper Cook Inlet salmon fishery, which began this year. The fishery wasn't complete at the time I was putting this together, so it's not something that I brought forward, but that would be included in a future iteration if this moved forward. A couple things to note, I did include that 904 vessels participated in a lap. There's also the 59 vessels that are already completing EDRs, so this duplicative effort, if option 1 was selected, they would not be required to complete a new data collection. Moving on to the community impact assessments, the council stated need was to better understand the communities impacted by changes in the North Pacific. And the community impact assessments, if we include crew data, would show how crew and the revenue, the compensation that they receive is connected to communities. Currently, for the harvester sector, and this is for the non-EDR vessels, vessel ownership is used as the way to identify if a community was impacted by an analysis. And there are shortcomings associated with the vessel owner. The vessel owner might reside in a community that's different from the community that they operate in. So they might operate for 4 or 5 months out of a particular community. They might get crew from that community, but they might have a winter residence or another residence in a different location. There's 2 tables that we would include in our community impact assessments, the number of crew by community and also the compensation by community. So the next few slides I've walked through, I used the crab rationalization program as an example. The council received this in June of this year. And the crab rationalization program obviously has both crew data and vessel ownership. So we can look at how your community impact assessments look different between the two. The first slide, this is your vessel ownership. You'll note that we just identified 7 communities that are impacted through the crab rationalization program. If we go to the next slide, you'll see 30 communities show up. So we get a substantial increase in communities. I did highlight Dutch Harbor, Unalaska. That's a community that people often think of when they think of the crab rationalization program. It doesn't show up in our vessel ownership as there's no vessel owners that reside in Dutch Harbor, Unalaska, or state their residence as Dutch Harbor, Unalaska. And you could look at other communities and see the same situation where Kenai, Soldotna, Sterling doesn't show up in that vessel ownership. But when we look at the crew data, we do see that that community is impacted by changes to the crab fishery. Same with King Cove, Sitka. You can obviously there's a substantial increase in the number of communities. And then the crew compensation piece, we can layer the crew compensation over top those crew licenses to get an estimate of how much revenue is flowing into those communities from those fisheries. So Dutch Harbor, Unalaska, again, as the example, looking at $1.3 million is the annual average amount that goes into that community through crew participation. There are other crew data uses. These are uses of data that are not specific to the council's need, but as I worked through the analysis, other things came up. Specifically, I was approached about disaster relief fund distribution. If we had crew licenses, we would use those to notify crew members if they were eligible for disaster relief. Currently, the vessel owner would have to notify all crew members of eligibility of disaster relief. This wouldn't guarantee that the crew member was provided the disaster relief. They would still have to go through the normal process where they submit documents that prove that they were active on the vessel. But this is just a way to identify them. Another thing that similar to the disaster relief fund distribution is other initiatives. So if something like a crew quota program was initiated, being able to identify crew licenses that were used in a fishery would be a way to notify those crew members that they could potentially be eligible for one of those programs. I also identified a SEPO. This is information that would show up in a SEPO. In the future, it would also show up in the economic safe. Having this information would also support research initiatives. So if we're looking at crew tenure, things of that nature, we would be able to identify the crew members that were participating over a certain amount of time. You'd also be able to survey crew. While at this time, you'd have to, again, go through the vessel owner to find out who was on the vessel. With this type of information, you could create a survey and reach out to those crew members. Moving on to the cost portion, just to caveat this, NMFS chooses how to administer the data collection program. So NMFS could use a third party, they could use contractors, they could administer it internally, or they could use some sort of combination of efforts. For this analysis, I used Pacific States, as Pacific States is the independent third-party data collection agent for the current EDRs. And they estimated $133,000 as the initial cost associated with the data collection, 23,000 of that at upfront cost, and then 110,000 at reoccurring costs. It's noteworthy that this is not eligible for cost recovery due to the universal nature of the data collection. It would be looking for funding through NMFS's data collection grant. This is an annual competitive allocation of funds.
Mr. Fye, we have a question for you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. A couple questions here. One, I think for Mr. Fye, but then second one probably for maybe Ms. Ferdinand would be willing to. It's for the Science Center, really. Mr. Fye, I think you kind of made it clear that these are not funds that Pacific States would contribute, that the Pacific States would need to be funded to do this by another entity. But I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something in the current Pacific States sort of mission or budget that would support any part of this.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Twite. Through the chair, that's correct. We would be looking, or Pacific States would be looking for outside funding. So there's nothing within Pacific States that would fund it.
Thanks. And then my second question that I'm mostly because I see Ms. Ferdinand in the audience, I'm wondering if she would be kind enough to help me with. So this slide sort of outlines what I think is just one portion of starting up a data collection effort and then curating it over time. So I'm assuming that a total cost, and if it were NMFS that were to fund this, the total cost would be some amount higher than the numbers that Mr. Fye has put in here just for what a contractor, data handling contractor might do. This doesn't suggest where those funds might come from, and I'm wondering if that's a discussion that the Science Center has had, or would the Science Center have to procure funding? If the Science Center didn't procure funding, how would that be handled if the council were to proceed with this?
Through the chair, thanks for that question. So no, there's no funding at the Science Center right now that would be dedicated towards this. And as Mr. Fye's slide shows, there is a competitive source that we could write a project proposal and submit that to our headquarters office and compete for those funds, but then they're not guaranteed for, every year we'd have to do that. So pending anything other, we would just have to reprioritize our existing work in order to fund this through Pacific States.
Thanks. I think that pretty much covers what I was looking for.
Yes, and Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Fye, I think my question is back on slide 13. Little slow, but yes, other uses. I think this paper has been really helpful to help me think about other potential uses of crew data besides just our management analyses and program reviews. But wanted to ask you about a specific statement in the paper that essentially suggests that if part of the council's intent with this action is to provide a data source to facilitate some of these other uses, it may be necessary to audit the crew data. And that my recollection is, and I think you went through in your timeline, the council specifically removed the audit process from the current EDRs. And so can you just help me understand a little bit, expand on that statement? It may be necessary to audit the crew data potentially for some of these other uses. How much can you tell me about that, please?
Thanks for the question through the chair. So when I was identifying that an audit might be necessary, I was actually thinking of an internal audit. So we've moved the EDR auditing to something that's internally done at Pacific States. And I was thinking of something similar where we would look to verify that the crew licenses we were getting in were actual crew licenses. And that's just something that would be internally done through ACFIN or Pacific States. There has been, when we worked on this with the SSPT, there was also consideration that there would be some sort of verification process online when those licenses were entered. So the vessel owner would only be able to enter in valid crew licenses. So a couple ways we could approach that.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Somewhat follow up the council. I understand the purpose of you providing other uses of the data, but the council's purpose and need was very clear that it was to support economic and community impact analyses that come through this process. And so is that audit mechanism necessary for that, given that we've removed it for the other EDRs, or is the audit mechanism really only pertain to the supplemental uses you identified?
Thanks for the question through the chair. I actually think it would be beneficial to have it for the community impact assessments as well. And I think that the audit being internally done would not be very costly. This is a simple check by analysts that the crew licenses are valid licenses, and then referring those back to vessel owners, something of that nature. So it's not the extensive audit and the expensive audit, as we'll see in another couple slides, that was done previously with the EDRs. This is more of just a internal audit that I think would benefit the data collection.
Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My question goes back to page on slide 7. You reference 15,000 plus crew member licenses here. Does that include CFEC permits? And to elaborate on that question a little bit, if I have a CFEC permit for a given fishery, it effectively qualifies to use in other fisheries as a deckhand or a crew member license. So curious if that's included in that number.
Thanks for the question through the chair. Yeah, that's a great point. It's just the crew licenses that I pulled forward as an example. I didn't pull in the CFEC permits, but you're exactly correct. And currently that you can use a CFEC permit or an ADF&G crew license on the EDRs, and that would continue to be the same moving forward. So that's a good point.
And Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fye. On the internal audit, I heard you say that you didn't think it would be very expensive. But I'm unclear then if that's included in the 133,000 that you estimated for the cost, or if it's on top of that.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. It's not explicitly included in the estimate. Working with ACFIN personnel, I think it would be a fairly easy lift. They've actually brought that up for the other EDRs as something we should do. So I think analysts are considering how we do that moving forward. There's been a lot of work that we've done on crew licenses. So we're looking at creating things like durable licenses, durable IDs, so we can identify that crew member throughout time. We're also looking at auditing the crew licenses that we get in, so that maybe this would just spur those efforts on, but I see those things moving forward in a fairly easy fashion.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
I guess I was trying to figure out if there was an estimate above the 133,000 if we were to enact this program, if the internal audit that you've suggested means the program really instead costs 140,000 or 160,000, but maybe you don't have that information yet.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, that's correct. I don't have that information at this time. We could look at a new cost estimate and include that in as an explicit need.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation so far. I've kind of an elementary understanding of this, I guess. So I'm gonna try to ask my question in a intelligent way, but we'll see how this goes. So I'm looking at this slide here, simple data collection, data components, and I'm not seeing any specifics of what we're asking for. And when I look through the SSC report here, it is noted that the SSC emphasizes that scientific best practice requires identifying the target data elements in advance of developing an instrument to collect them. And I'm just wondering how informative this can be, you know, a cost benefit analysis of looking for something if we don't know what we're looking for. And as far as I know, we haven't identified who exactly we will be asking to look for that data, what we should be looking for. And I'm wondering if maybe we're putting the cart before the horse here and perhaps, I don't know, I guess I'm just struggling with that. And I'm wondering if at the SSC, if there was any discussion on a best approach to look for specific data that would benefit us at a you know, with a high return on our investment here.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Through the chair. Regarding the data elements that were brought forward, the way I perceived it is we have two direct data elements that we're looking at collecting data on. Those are crew licenses and crew compensation. I think the council was very clear that those are the two data elements that were brought forward. So I'm not sure what the SSC was pointing to when they said that those data elements were lacking. And it would be vessel owners that we would be looking at to collect that information for us.
Thank you. That's helpful to me.
Yes, and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your presentation. A question, sort of a follow-up. You identified the who. The ADF&G database that contains the data that's associated with these licenses. I'm not familiar with if the boat owner or the captain is responsible for providing this data. How easy is it to confirm with the ADF&G database and the individual crew member that's participating or working, standing in front of them? How do those two tie together, and how does a captain get the confirmation of the correct data license? Again, I apologize for not understanding how it works exactly, but I'd be curious to see how we get that confirmation and how accessible is that ADF&G license database to the individual has to provide the information.
Thanks for the question through the chair. The ADF&G database, the crew license database, is something that ACFIN has, so ADF&G shares that information, and that's Pacific States houses that through ACFIN. We would be able to theoretically confirm crew licenses when they're input into an online form. Currently, we do receive crew licenses through the Amendment 80 and crab rationalization program, and we do get fairly good data coming in through that data stream. I recognize that with smaller vessels there might be more challenges, but we could potentially build in ways to verify those crew licenses when they're entered.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we're ready to continue. Thank you, Mr. Fye.
I think this is thank you through the chair. I think this is the slide we left off on. This is the historical costs associated with the EDR program. I did move those into 2023 dollars. Well, you can note that the cost of the EDR program was over $700,000 in 2016, and it's come down since that time and is less than half that currently. Regarding the implementation cost, this is the cost to respondents. This was what we look to try to minimize this as much as possible. So we're looking at a simple data collection for those respondents, just entering in the crew licenses information, and then also entering in that total compensation, that total that they pay to crew members. I used $75 per hour, and that's from the EDR amendments analysis. 6 hours for catcher processors to complete the form, and 3 hours for catcher vessels. Currently, the EDR respondents cost is estimated at $425,000, and this would be an additional $145,000 for data collection in the North Pacific fishery. Moving on to enforcement, one thing that was recommended is that some sort of enforcement tool be tied to this data collection. One thing to note is that the Gulf trawl rationalization data collection, when that was in place, we did actually get very good participation in that data collection, but folks still thought that having some sort of enforcement mechanism would be the best way to get significant participation. Currently, the Amendment 80 program and the crab rationalization program, they use quota share issuance for their enforcement tool. So if those vessels do not complete that annual data collection, they typically get a phone call or an email from Pacific States letting them know that they need to complete that information to get their quota share. And we've never had to go down the path of enforcement. Typically that phone call or email is sufficient to get the completion of the data. Quota share issuance could be used for some other fleets. We're noting that AFA, the Rockfish Program, PCTC, those vessels, you could have some sort of leverage of that quota share issuance associated with those vessels. For the other vessels, it would be the federal fisheries permit being issues that we would look to leverage. A couple issues with that federal fisheries permit, that's issued every 3 years. So you could possibly have a situation where a vessel owner doesn't complete the form for several years and then looks to receive that federal fisheries permit, and then would have to go back in time and complete those older years, which could be somewhat difficult. The last slide I have here for you is identifying some potential ways to collect crew license information and identify the fishery that the crew license participated in. That was one of the explicit council needs that they identified. And while I know that the goal is to minimize the burden on industry as much as possible, there's a few ways in which crew licenses could be linked to fishery participation. You could simply have a crew license completed, and that crew license is linked to the vessel, and so all of the vessel's activity would be linked to that crew license. You could also use a checkbox method where a vessel owner checks a certain box with the fishery that the crew participated in. One problem with the fishery checkbox method is it's may not be as accurate as needed. So for example, if a vessel was participating in the Western Gulf pot cod fishery, it's unlikely that we could have a checkbox for all of the fisheries that they could potentially participate in. So, you're looking at a large number of fisheries. That kind of moved me towards the begin and end date that would be most useful for identifying crew participation by fishery. So if we had that begin and end date for that crew member's employment on the vessel, you could link those specific days from that crew license to that vessel activity. And that's the conclusion of my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fye. Are there any additional questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. And on the last point about how to best get at linking the crew information to a particular fishery, I do think that that's a key element of this whole proposal in order to be able to use it in a FMP analysis. And so is the begin and end date method, is that staff's preferred method for going forward in order to make that delineation? I think if we didn't have that delineation, it would be not useful. So I just wondered if there was further work in thinking about how to do that simply, or if the begin and end date method is what the group has come to.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, that begin and end date is kind of where we landed as a preferred method of collecting that. Again, there's when we start thinking about the fishery checkbox method, there's multiple areas where an IFQ fishery might take place in, and you just start to think of all the potential checkboxes that you'd have to go through to identify those particular fisheries that they're active in, where just having the begin end date and overlaying that crew members activity with the vessel activity kind of solves all those problems.
Thank you. And then my other question was on a previous slide, slide 15 on the historic EDR costs. And I just wondered if there was further explanation, or maybe it would be in the next version of the analysis on yes, the costs overall in 2023 dollars have gone down, but I guess I fully expected that the cost in 2023 would go down with the exclusion of the Gulf trawl sector. And instead those costs went up, and for the remaining sectors, sorry, just for crab and Amendment 80. And is there more detail you can provide on why that would be the case? It's just counterintuitive.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. Yeah, that is something I noticed as well, and something I researched. So I did speak to the program manager and to the Science Center and folks working on the EDRs. My conclusion was that those funds might be used for some analytical work as well as just the data collection. So it's a fixed cost, and it's associated with the personnel that is managing the EDR program, but there might not be a specific delineation between costs and analytical work associated with that estimate.
Okay, thanks for that response. That might be something to just pursue outside of this analysis. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fye. I wanted to follow up on the preference to use start date, end date rather than a fishery checkbox. And I'm not making the connection how that tells you which fishery they're participating in, as there could be several options. For example, even within the IFQ fleet, they could be fishing halibut or they could be fishing sablefish, and you wouldn't know that based on the start date and end date. And I think what a big part of what we were looking to use the data for had to do with the fisheries. And so I'm trying to understand why start date, end date was preferred over the fishery designation.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. Yeah, so the way that it would function is we would pull in the begin and end date associated with that crew member. We would overlay that on the vessel's activity during those dates, so using fish tickets. And then, so for example, if that vessel was active in sablefish IFQ and halibut IFQ during that time period that crew member was active, both of those fisheries would show up as activity for that crew member.
Wouldn't know how much of it was.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I think we're ready for our AP report on C5.
Time.
Madam Chair, council members, good afternoon. Heather Mann, co-vice chair of the advisory panel. Our motion reads, the AP recommends no further action on crew data collection currently. And that motion passed unanimously 20-0. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the AP report? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann. Can you give me just a bit more of the discussion that led to that rather direct and straightforward motion that's here? Something, give me an idea of what the discussions were around the table that led to that discussion, if you could, please.
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, thanks for the question. We did have quite a bit of discussion around this issue and felt that the onus really should be on crew members to provide that information versus boat owners. We identified there could be some value to this information, although as was just discussed in question and answer, it was hard to really know specifically what that value might be. But I think we were more focused on the fact that if there was a way to have crew collecting the information, that it would make more sense. And we went back and forth between should we do a second initial review that looked into whether there was ways to have crew do that, fully recognizing that it would have to be through a conversation with Alaska Fish and Game to provide that information. Some AP members noted, and it's in the rationale, that they have hunting licenses or fishing licenses through the same platform that crew licenses are issued, and that a reporting requirement goes along with all those other licenses. And so couldn't one be incorporated here where the crew is required afterwards to provide that additional information? And while Ms. Baker didn't ask the question from earlier, one of the big concerns was how would this be enforced? It could be enforced differently between boat owners. If you are in an ITQ fishery, your quota could be withheld if you don't provide that crew member data as was identified in the paper. But if you're not in a lap fishery, you don't have that same way to enforce. You don't have any quota to hold back. So you could be penalizing boat owners differently. And again, because most of this information is really to benefit crew, whether that's in an MFE management decision or as Dr. Fay or Mr. Fay had pointed out, disaster relief or something else for crew members, seems like the onus should be on the crew member to provide that information versus the boat owner. I think that captures most of the discussion that we had.
Thank you. Mr. Sagata.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the report. Speaking of crew, I was wondering at the AP level, if, given that this is revolving around the crew, did the AP receive any testimony input from actual crew members?
Through the chair, we had one public comment, and it was not from a crew member. So no, we did not.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Mann. The AP did some thinking about some alternate approaches, and as I read those bullets, they kind of center on ADF&G. And I'm just wondering if the AP had much conversation about the advisability of sort of putting a federal responsibility onto a state agency.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, we did have that conversation to some degree and recognize that it's not really our place to force that on ADFG, but rather that the council could ask nicely for cooperation from the department and in order to fulfill this goal, understanding that they have that information and are collecting and doing follow-up. But yes, clearly, and that's why in the rationale, it says we fully recognize this would require cooperation from the department.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for the AP report.
Thank you.
So I failed to remind the public that we would be transitioning into public testimony here. So we'll do a brief 2-minute stand down. Please do sign up. I see 3 people signed up to testify on C5. So if you are interested, please do so in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. We're ready to take public testimony on C5. We have 3 members of the public signed up to testify. As a reminder, individuals and companies have 3 minutes and organizations and associations 6 minutes. We'll start with Chad C., followed by Rebecca Skinner.
Chairman Drobnica, members of the council, hello again. My name is Chad C. I'm the executive director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. I'll be speaking on the crew data collection initial review. As a coalition, we have many vessel owners who have strong objections to action requiring the submission of very sensitive, proprietary and confidential information about the operations, their own operations and crew. We can understand the desire to want to collect this data to inform decisions in the council process. The question is at what cost to industry and the agency? We believe this proposal creates new costs and risks that do not justify moving forward with this action as proposed. As the paper notes, the benefits of collecting additional crew data are largely difficult to quantify, whether it be to community benefits assessments or informing future policy decisions by council. Meanwhile, the costs to industry and the agency are immediate, tangible, and for industry likely to disproportionately affect small to mid-sized operations, which could be less equipped to handle this additional administrative burden. The proposed data collection options would not necessarily present a complete picture of crew residency and economic benefit to communities or reflect actual crew participation in the fisheries. Residency on crew licenses isn't necessarily reflective of where a crew member is now residing. It also wouldn't appear that economic contributions to communities of all crew, regardless of residency, would be effectively captured in this exercise. This creates concern about the value of the data collection, particularly given the costs. On risks, requiring the sharing of this sensitive data creates an increased chance that this information becomes public. Agency confidentiality policies do not ensure against the risk of data breaches, nor prevent someone from deducing data about specific vessels depending on how data is presented. The fact that similar data is collected in EDR reports for some sectors doesn't necessarily negate this risk. Collecting personal data on crew members likewise raises privacy concerns for individuals. There is risk that sensitive information could be exposed or misused, further eroding trust between the industry and regulatory agencies. On costs, the paper provides an estimate of financial impact to companies to prepare the annual crew data reports, which as it is would be burdensome. Importantly, the paper does not address additional costs that could be experienced by audits or enforcement actions related to this requirement. From staff testimony today, it does sound like the potential audits would be internal to Pacific states, but the point remains that such unaddressed components could add substantial cost to vessel owners. The proposed annual crew data collection form would also add another layer of documentation, which vessel owners must track and maintain throughout the year. This introduces a cumbersome administrative task, adding complexity to an already complex regulatory environment. Similarly, the estimated cost to the agency to administer this program is both concerning as presented and, as is noted in the report, not complete. Implementation of a new crew data reporting requirement would necessitate an enforcement mechanism that's acknowledged would be expected to add substantial costs to the agency. If this program is modeled after the EDR program, much of this would fall to the Science Center and Pacific States for administration of the program at a cost to the region. We find it hard to stomach the notion of creating new work and costs for the Science Center or the Alaska region, particularly when the work doesn't contribute to the core function of understanding the health of the stocks nor our ecosystem. FLC asks that the council take no further action on the paper at this time. This is consistent with the AP's and the SSC's conclusion on this paper earlier this week. We appreciate the work of staff to prepare this analysis. However, what is mostly being shown is that the collection of this data would create new costs and time burdens, some of which have yet to be defined on an industry and agency that are very short on both. Further, at this time, this analysis does not provide a clear picture of the actual costs, how this program would be enforced, and whether the data to be collected would provide an accurate reflection of crew benefits given to communities. Rather, we suggest that other avenues be considered to help with efforts to inform community impacts. Consideration may be given to creating a voluntary program, which could include incentives to encourage participation and could include state water participants. We'd also suggest that there may be more buy-in from industry participants on a more targeted case-by-case basis when there is a more direct benefit to industry to provide some or all the data being requested. If this paper does move forward, we'd urge that additional analysis be performed on the enforcement mechanisms and associated costs to administer this work. That needs to be understood before council can reasonably make a decision on this action. Any next paper should also do more detail to detail what data collection method could be applicable across all fleets, which would be limited. Engagement with impacted sectors like ours should be performed to incorporate data on the input on the data collection that would be feasible and produce quality data. Lastly, the next version might also look at whether data collection would need to be considered on an annual basis or could be done so less frequently, whether that be every other year or longer. Thanks for the opportunity to share these comments.
Thank you for the testimony, Mr. C. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. Two questions. I mean, the first was you talked about data confidentiality, and I'm just wondering what makes these data, we collect an inordinate amount of data in this region from vessel owners. What makes these data any different or substantially different from what's already being collected from Amendment 80 or from the crab sectors? Why the heightened concern about confidentiality on these data?
Sure, Nicole, through the chair. I appreciate that question. For one, right now, we're not required to give it. And anytime it's information that's about crew pay and crew and other operational data for us, it just raises at a minimum, it creates a higher bar for us for some of our companies to find value in contributing that data, to have to contribute that. There's it's just data that adds to the amount of information that's available and could become public. It doesn't necessarily make it more likely that this data would be public than anything else that's also contributed. But I think it's a factor that needs to be considered in deciding whether we're going to ask for more data and more confidential information to be provided by operators of our vessels.
And then my second question was on you mentioned other avenues and maybe a voluntary collection with incentives. I'm not sure what you're thinking there, a raffle, or whether on a case-by-case basis we could be providing that. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on those ideas?
Sure, thanks. And I don't have specifics on those. I was thinking of trying to think of ways that you may be able to collect at least some more data than you have now, if it can be determined that those kind of data collections can provide quality data. So if it's voluntary and if there's an analysis done and you can get enough data to make that useful, then potentially that's an avenue. What kind of incentives? I don't know. So I was just thinking of ways to maybe make it, because I know voluntary programs can sometimes not generate a lot of participation. So if there's something that could be considered to make that more attractive to some participants to share that data, then there you go.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for testifying today. There was a suggestion or discussion we had with regard to one of the ways to tie the crew participation to individual fisheries was through the start date and an end date of their employment, then tie that back to the fisheries that may have participated in over that time through, I think I heard him say fish tickets and looking at it that way. What's your thought about, could that be effective, or is that a way that it might work?
Thanks, Mr. Williams, through the chair. I think that if you're going to do something like this, that start date and end date is probably an important component to it, because if you just have the licenses and you don't know exactly when these participants might be on the vessel, then you're going to have a real challenge identifying when and where they're participating. I think it gets a lot more complicated than just that, though. So if you're talking about which exact fishery you might be participating in, these sorts of things, that's something that needs to be looked at in more detail to understand if that's going to produce the data you're desiring to have.
Ms. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. C, for your testimony. I also have a question about the portion of your testimony recommending potential other methods for getting this information. And
Sure.
It was occurring to me, I'm really focused, my main interest in this action is fulfilling the primary goal to have crew data to help with the community impact section of our analytical documents. And so I'm wondering, as a representative of a trade organization, have you given any thought to how perhaps analysts preparing those documents might be able to do some communications or outreach short of having actual data, but maybe some systematic way of communicating with folks in the relevant sector? It's not going to be data in the way that we normally think about it, but maybe some effective way at a high level to try and estimate some of these impacts that we clearly have a data gap on.
Sure, Ms. Baker, through the chair. I think it can start with a phone call to the trade associations, and certainly that does happen on in many cases. But I think if you're trying to just develop a protocol for how to collect some of this data and you're doing an analysis on that impacts the sector, starting with outreach to the trade associations is a great way to go, because that's one of the things that we're set up for. And we tried, just speaking for FLC, we try to be very responsive to staff or analysts that are looking for information about our fleets if they're doing an analysis, especially if you're doing one that has direct impacts on our operations. So if there's an outreach to, say, if it's related to FLC and an analyst wants to reach out to me, then we can set up meetings with our members to talk through the request for the information that's needed. And then what's produced just depends on what the data is that's being requested, but we can do as well as we can to provide that kind of data from across our membership.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony, Mr. C.
Thanks.
Our next testifier is Rebecca Skinner, followed by Linda Bankin.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Skinner, testifying on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. AWTA is a small Kodiak-based trade association comprised of primarily Gulf trawlers. And so we did participate in the Gulf EDR. Some of my comments are based on that experience. So I'll start off by saying that I agree with the AP motion, and I agree with the comments made by Chad C. I also wanted to highlight a couple of things from the SSC discussion that I think were particularly important. So one was a statement or acknowledgement that this is a major undertaking. And the reason I want to highlight that is I get the impression that some people may be viewing this as kind of a small thing because it's only 4 questions. It's not an entire EDR. And so it's just a little kind of incremental thing thing that we're putting in place. This is a major undertaking. If you're doing universal data collection across this extent, this many boats, this many fleets, this many crew, it's a big undertaking. The second thing from the SSE that I think would be really helpful is being very clear in what information the council wants to consider in deliberations. So I do think there may be a thought that it is clear what information you want to consider. But on the other hand, it seems like the answer was determined, we want crew data. Well, why do you want crew data? Are there other ways of getting at, if you're trying to look at some facet of community impacts, are there other ways of getting to it? If there's something particular to crew data, are there different ways of gathering it? Are there different data points that, other than a crew license, that could be gathered? I feel like those conversations didn't happen, and they definitely didn't involve industry in this iteration of this work. We feel pretty strongly that vessels should not be the middlemen. And I'll note here that crew members are not employees. So if you think of the relationship between an employee and an employer, there is a lot of data that employers collect and keep in relation to their employees. And that's not the case to the same extent with boats. You're dealing with self-employed individuals, which leads into, I think, the AP recommendation that this data be collected more directly from crew members and not be putting the vessels in the middle of this data exchange. We're also concerned about the potential uneven consequences. So I think in the AP discussion and maybe at the SSE as well, there was a lot of discussion about consequences that are tied to quota. And there's really only trawl programs that have quota, the PCTC program, the Rockfish program, and that the same consequences couldn't be used on the IFQ side because the IFQ isn't tied to a vessel. So you're putting a vessel in the middle, and then you're going to end up with uneven consequences. So my suggestion is there another structure? Maybe the vessel should not be in the middle of this equation. 2 years ago, I think I suggested that as this initiative, I think at that point was just getting kicked off in this version of this iteration, getting key people in a room to hash out how this could unfold. So having a council member who could explain or talk about what kind of information does the council feel it's missing, and then thinking about how to get those data points that support that information. So that could be someone from the Science Center helping with that. You need someone from the SSC who can weigh in on, is the methodology the best? Is this, strong science, the best science available? And then you need somebody from industry to give some feedback on whether the burden is reasonable for what you're getting. I also have concerns about the information you would be getting. So if you're using crew license data, you are relying on what a crew member reported on a form at a certain point in time that may or may not be true anymore. And so there is a big burden to this collecting this data, and it's not clear to me how accurate that data is. Also, crew members move between vessels. If you have people who have a CFEC permit that they can use in lieu of a license, they're also moving between fisheries and moving between vessels. So I think about, we've had some skippers that were injured in the trawl fishery, and people stepped in on a short-term basis to help out. So you do have a lot of movement. I'm not sure how this data collection will account for that or capture that. I'm also concerned that the description of collecting the data, I feel like it's assuming a greater level of precision than actually exists. So at a high level, if you're looking for community impact, if you know an approximate split for the crew versus the vessel, and you know what the ex-vessel landings are, you can get a pretty good estimate of the amount of money that's going to crew. That may be just as accurate as what you're going to get by collecting this very precise data that may end up not being as accurate as you think it is. The last thing very quickly, with respondents, there is going to be a difference in the size of operations. This is going to be a much greater burden on small operations. So my members, they tend to be small family operated businesses. We don't have big, accounting offices that are keeping track of all this data. So it is going to be a bigger burden. And that was the last point. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you. So our last testifier is Linda Bankin. I think she's joining us online.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
Great, thanks so much. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I want to start by saying that our membership does include crew or deckhands. We also have a representative on our board, always, who's a crew member, to ensure that we're incorporating their perspective in our positions as an organization. We also run a crew apprentice program, recognizing the need to support workforce development in our industry and professionalize the people who are working on deck. And on this issue, I have to apologize. I was at the SSC, missed the opportunity to testify at the AP on this. So this is my first time testifying this. And while I don't disagree with the comments made by other people who have pointed out some of the challenges of collecting this data, would certainly want to weigh in that our organization thinks it's very important to collect this data. Crew are an important part of the industry. 308 million paid to crew in federal fisheries is significant, and it should not be overlooked. If there are changes in management that affect the distribution of crew shares to people in our industry, it's significant, it's real for the people involved and for the communities that they live in. So while the SSC and AP have flagged some real issues that need to be addressed with the analysis and potentially with how data is being collected, I just wanted to weigh in from our organization to say, we don't want you to drop this effort. We'd like the council to problem solve and see how some of those challenges can be addressed to keep this moving forward. And as others have, or I think as Mr. Twite mentioned in a question to the AP, I would draw attention to the bullet or paragraph in the AP motion that talks about how right now people go online to ADF&G website to get their sport fish license, hunting license, subsistence, and personal use licenses. It's on them to fill that information in and return it. That if there is a way for ADF&G to also collect crew information through that portal, that might be a better alternative to adding what others see as a very significant burden on vessel owner operators. And I realize a federal agency can't task ADF&G or the state agency with doing that. I would just add my respectful request that ADF&G consider whether that's something, a service they might be able to provide, and you as a council to discuss whether possibly shifting the reporting responsibility from the vessel owner to the crew member as a strategy that helps you move this forward. I don't feel like I have all the answers or solutions for you, but wanted to weigh in that we think this is important. We'd like to see you move it forward after addressing some of the issues that have been raised by the SSC and AP and others in testimony, and would certainly work with you to help find some of those solutions. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Pinkin. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public testimony on C5. Let's take a 10-minute stand down, consider public testimony and come back for discussion. Thank you.
Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. So we have heard our staff presentation and taken public testimony on agenda item C5. I'll open up the floor for discussion amongst the council members. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's become apparent, I think, to all of us that regardless of the extent of the program, there are costs associated with a program of this nature, and they're substantial. They're costs to the agency to design and administer a program, much less to work a data collection program and manage the data coming in. There's costs to staff in terms of time and resources. There's costs to industry. There's costs to the individuals participating. None of those are trivial. Consequently, at this point, as one council member, I'm reluctant to develop this further until we understand whether the resources to accomplish this, particularly the resources at the agency to accomplish this, because they would be the focal point, whether those resources are available without simply reprioritizing existing activities. If we decide we really do need this, then we need to have either a concerted effort to find those resources or to reprioritize. And at the moment, there's not a clear avenue, as was pointed out in response to our questions, that at best, new money would be the sort of thing that would have to be applied for every year. When you're considering developing a long-term effort like a database that really only has value over the longer term, the prospect of an annual grant as your primary funding source is not, I would submit, a very realistic option. So until we do that, until we have that discussion, or until circumstances change, with reluctance, I at least recommend that we not consider this further. And I recognize that doesn't fix a very real problem, but it avoids creating another problem. And I think that's equally important.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with many of Mr. Twite's comments and would also concur. I don't have a motion, Madam Chair, and I would also, with disappointment, recommend that we don't take any further action on this issue at this time. I really do recognize the importance of crew information and was hoping that we could move forward with a crew data collection across all fisheries. But I think, again, that the analytical process is working like it should, in the sense that while the benefits could very clearly be defined, and again, I'll reiterate, my focus really was getting the crew data to help supplement the community impact section of our management analyses, and to a lesser degree, the program reviews, some of which are required by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, some which are required by policy. And I understand the data gap that we have there, and that's frustrating for stakeholders in this process and fishery participants, and I share that frustration. However, we have to balance those benefits with the cost, as Mr. Twite spoke to quite well. And in addition to the AP recommendation for no further action based on concern about some of those costs, the discussion paper we had the analysis that we had was well done, but I'll just note that the additional burden for the National Marine Fisheries Service for some implementation and enforcement activities was not accounted for in those estimated costs. And it's my understanding based on past experience, that could be fairly significant. And I also have professional experience with implementation of programs that require ongoing maintenance, but do not have regular funding sources. And that is really difficult and creates challenges when people are counting on that program. And it just puts everyone in a really difficult position. So again, I'm disappointed not that I haven't been able and that we haven't been able collectively to identify an effective approach to this data gap. And so then just in closing, Madam Chair, I would like to speak to comments from the advisory panel and that we heard in public testimony about the feasibility of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game collecting this information. And I would say I would align myself again with Mr. Twite's comments related to costs and funding sources for the department related to that. Again, I think generally speaking, there's great utility in collecting these data, of course, but we certainly have no resources available to support that collection. And I would also note that particularly the crew compensation aspect of this is, while of great interest in this council process and us ADF&G folks that work in policy, economic information is outside the scope of things that the department would collect. And we just, that doesn't seem like a good fit in my mind. So I just wanted to speak to that a little bit because I understand the logic of it and the practicality of it, but I think there are some larger considerations that make that approach infeasible as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments from council members? Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate Mr. Twite and Ms. Baker's recognition of the costs on the agency and the difficulty we would face in implementing this. I thought the discussion paper and the presentation did a very good job of articulating the potential benefits of having this information. And of course, we would all like to have this information for all the reasons described about understanding effects on communities, potentially for informing allocation of disaster funds, better assessment of socioeconomic conditions, et cetera. But I do have concerns about the agency having the capacity to implement this, and there are some challenging aspects of just figuring out the implementation, the enforcement issue, for example, that would be a bit of a challenge to implement, but then the ongoing costs of implementation with no new resources. So reluctantly, I align myself with my colleagues here in thinking the best course is not to proceed at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I really, I guess there's no motion on the floor, so we're just discussing the issue. I guess I align with a lot of council members' comments, but I don't align with the direction of taking no action. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I think we have gone through a process, and I do agree with Mr. Curlin that the document shows how our community and social impact analysis and FMP analyses could be bolstered by the inclusion of crew and crew data. And I thought this was an opportunity to kind of narrow that scope into getting enough data that we could actually recognize impacts on that sector within our process in a really normal and consistent way. I think it's a missed opportunity to collect crew data. I was hoping we would be able to incorporate some changes or incorporate the additional agency costs that everyone is extremely concerned with into another version. But I also can read the writing on the wall and recognize there are some significant hurdles to moving this forward at this time. So I don't have a motion to move it forward. I just think we are really missing an opportunity to collect this in a consistent and regulated way, as opposed to relying on a voluntary program or some ad hoc surveys. So thanks for the opportunity to speak to that.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And after conferring with Mr. Witherall, since this is initial review, he is recommending in a motion on the floor before we continue discussion. Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would offer a simple motion that the council take no further action on this agenda item at this time. With a second, I can.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven.
The only thing I would add is just that I had sort of hoped the discussion would be enough. But certainly, given that the council had scheduled its initial review, I take Mr. Witherell's advice on that. And so it would be good to do it via motion. So I offer that.
Thank you, Mr. Toy, and apologize for the confusion there. Mr. Sukata.
Yes, thank you. As a former economist, long ago past life, I think data is super important. And first, I want to thank Mr. Fay for the report. But now in ops, I tend to look at the budget more. So I too, as much as I'd like to see the data, there just seems to be too many hurdles to get this through at this point in time. And another reason that a no action may be appropriate here for me, at least at this time, is I've heard others voice concerns about kind of lack of crew involvement, crew understanding, or even having knowledge of some of these issues that might be coming out at the council. And at some point in time, I'd certainly recommend that we do more outreach, that maybe we can get out to the crews. It seems like the I don't want to say second, you have kind of the normal participants, and then as we heard, even with the observers, that there's another layer of folks that are critical to what we do here. And I'd like to at least offer up that we try further outreach to those folks. But as relevant to this particular discussion, I'm supportive of the no action.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. Any other comments? I will just express my reluctance, but will likely be supporting Mr. Twite's motion as well. I'm, like others, hopeful that we'll be able to find a pathway to better inform future analysis on this very, very important population of fishery participants, but was also compelled by the administrative costs of this as structured in what's in front of us, as well as the disproportionate enforcement pathways for the different fishery participants. So thank you. I really appreciate this discussion. So with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Witherell for a roll call.
Calling the roll on taking no further action on the crew data collection initiative. Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
No.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Ms. Drobnica.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1.
Any further action on C5? Okay. Seeing none, it's a very tight call here whether or not to begin C6, but I think it probably makes sense at this point to break for the day. We'll take 10 minutes and reconvene in executive session. So I'd ask members of the public to help us clear out of the room in a timely fashion. We'll come back at 8:30 tomorrow morning and begin staff presentation on C6. Thank you.